What is up, my dudes? Welcome to SNI, Saturday Night Incel. I'm your gracious host, Mystery School. Welcome, welcome, welcome. See, we have three people waiting in the, sitting here looking at this video, or the stream rather. What is up, my dudes? Starting a little bit late today, but mostly because I'm at my mom's house for the holiday weekend. So, just a heads up, there will be no stream tomorrow. Probably not going to stream tomorrow at all. So, you won't have another stream till next Saturday. So, you better enjoy this one while you can. Shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, being involved, being active. Shout out to the Mystery gang for being in here, solving the mysteries. What is up, my dudes? What is good in the hood? Yeah, 4 viewers so far. We're on episode what? 30 fucking 7. Holy shit. Episode 37. What is good in the hood? Let's see if we can comments. Coach Blue Pill was on Cynthia G live stream a day ago. Yeah, I watched part of it. And I think this guy named Red Supreme was covering it, so I watched his video on it. But he was talking too much on commentary and wasn't really playing the video at all, so I didn't really watch the majority of that video or the interview. But I might definitely watch the interview because I don't know. CBP was, at least from what I heard, was talking a lot of weird shit about the racial shit when it comes to stuff like that, and I feel like he has like no business talking about these issues. I don't know. Like the condition of the black community is far different from the condition of the white community. Now, there's certain things that cross borders or cross boundaries no matter what, like hypergamy. This is natural across all women. But there's certain issues in the black community that are strictly black, certain issues in the white community that are strictly white. And in the issues where we do correspond and cross, we should talk about those in a very, very generalized way. But the condition of the black community, especially in America, is extremely fucked up from historically, just from years of various things. I'm not going to go into all that shit right now. There's a lot of socioeconomic stuff you can go into, or psychological, or even genetically, we're just fucked up to some extent. So like, you have to go to tackle a whole lot of shit to figure out what's going wrong with the black community and between black men and black women. So yeah, hopium time. What's up, my dude? Hopium time. Medic in Blackville, insert the hopium or hopium. And what's up, dude? What is up? The world is crumbling. What is up, my dude? What's up? Mystery late as usual. Flash and Stacy takes time. I wish. Rev up those memes. Oh god, no. There actually are going to be no memes tonight because whenever I'm at my mom's house, I don't do memes because I don't. My phone doesn't really have the capabilities of like showing my screen, so I just flat out don't do it. But that's just memes. That's just memes. That just means more memes for next time though. So yeah, I'll collect up more memes across the week, bring them for show next Saturday and Sunday. So don't worry about the no memes this time. You'll get memes next time. So yeah, no big deal. ER maxing, just be a slasher, bro. I saw the whole thing. A bunch of Sims people subscribe to him now. He's officially out of the ministry after that. Yeah, I don't know what his goal was for doing that. Was he just trying to get clout? Like he's always kind of been on the edge of like trying to be in but trying not to be in. Like he's also from Australia, which is like really I don't know. Like, can you really speak on certain issues when you have no clue about them? Of course, if you talk to a black woman, she's going to give you a very, very biased view of her of the world and how the black man's never done this, black man doesn't do that, black man doesn't do this, and then when you discuss why things are the way they are, they say, well, those are just excuses. You should have made up for lost time by now. And it's like you do realize it's only been like one generation, really one and a half generations since like Jim Crow, right? Like it hasn't been that long since we've been disadvantaged. So to expect us to like just make up for all that lost time in one generation is extremely stupid. Black men don't control the infrastructure, don't control that. Like that stuff takes time. It takes time to generate a generational wealth. It takes time to generate get good jobs and get degrees and stuff like that. It takes time. It doesn't just happen in like just like that. Like one generation, everything's good to go. Come on, it's just unreasonable to expect that. What's up, Hayashi Sugihara? What's up, my dude? Yo, yo, yo. What's up, Melon Seeds? What up, boyos? Some fun days. Also, he kept calling people house Negroes. He's done that before on what's that guy's name? MD stream. Um, don't know, on MD stream. He does it a lot. He really does do that a lot. Yeah, I don't know. He uses that term quite a bit. I don't even know what he's talking about when he says that. Jack, I might have to have you on early tonight just to explain what happened in that stream because I didn't watch it and I can't watch it right now because I'm on my phone. So sucks. Financial education simplified. Hi. Create a Google Meet link. What? Not doing that shit. So what cryptos are y'all investing in? Zero. Fuck that. This is fucking weird. I was a little bit. I had like a little bit of money in Dogecoin, but it's like when crypto blew up, it kind of sucked. So Richie Hartson, he's an ass coin. So, oh God, God, sweet baby Jesus Christ. Investing in Coom coin, of course. This is a thinking man's coin for sure. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and add the link in here. I might as well get this over with because I don't have a lot to talk about, really, truth be told. Let's go to the live chat. Well, I can. Whoa, is that it? Doesn't look right. Let me pull that back. That does not look right. Go back out of that. Okay, go back over here. Guest, invite guest. That looks like the link. Okay. Some of us were marked from, I don't know what to say. I lived the life of the scarecrow. Hopefully, one of these days, a great gust of wind will come along and carry me away to a better place. How many views do you usually pull in? Like, what do you mean pull in? Do you mean like viewers when it comes to like the actual chat, or are you talking about viewers when it comes to the actual stream? Um, at one point, I had 50 viewers at a time, then I had about 40, so about, I don't know, 50 to 40. Normally, it peaks out around 35 to 40, 45 sometimes. 50, very, very rare. So, yeah. Ticker is MOG. Huh. Ali Coomers need another Bitcoin bubble to pop out more creatures. Reading my dudes, I think things are get so terrible in the new future for men. We'll be forced to booty Warrior Max and order to get anything. I like you and I want you, bro, so the choice is yours. God dang. It's about time to rot our minds away. Just stream viewers. Oh, yeah. 35 to 40. Yeah, he was right. Okay, that looks better. Let me post that. Pin message. All right, and we're off to the races. All right, there's the link. Hopefully, it'll let you guys in. Where are the memes? There are no memes. I already said there's no memes today because I can't. I'm on my phone today, so there's no stream tomorrow either. So don't expect to stream tomorrow. No memes today. Can't show memes because I need to fucking. It's better to have a computer for that. I don't have my computer with me, so no memes. Memes will be. That just means that just means you'll have more memes next time, next weekend. So if you came for memes, I don't know what to tell you. Here's Jack. All right, that's the man I wanted to add.
Yo, what's up?
What is up, Jack Nickelback? So give me like give me the fucking the rundown on this CBP Cynthia G talk here. What's going on with that?
All right, I wish my memory was better, but basically, it wasn't even Cynthia G talk really. It was more CBP going in on everybody. Like he went
Yeah,
on the
sure.
MGTOWs. I think he went on in the incels a little bit. He was like, yeah, the MGTOWs are just coping. They're mainly just sent their own way, kind of. He went in on the black dudes, like that. He went everywhere, dog.
Wow.
But the fact he went to Cynthia G's stream to say it though, that's like
That's that's a weird place to go, you know? Like I don't even know why would you go on her stream in particular? Like what makes her stream any better? Or what makes her stream any good to go on, you know what I mean?
yeah, for real. Like it'd be one thing if you were going there like on the manosphere's behalf or like as a general chat, but to like go, it's like a World War II. If you go into Berlin, like okay, are you going there to fight the Nazis or be with them? Like what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not even sure. Like I said, I barely watched the stream, so I watched someone else's stream of the stream, so it's hard for me to like figure out what exactly was what was said really. But it just seemed like he talked at one point during the stream I watched about how there's like some sort of inferiority complex and something like that. And it's like, okay, like what are you really going on about here? Like I don't even know. It was such a weird when I saw CBP on Cynthia G channel, I was like, wait, what? This is a weird crossover I would have never expected. You know what I mean? Like you would have saw that one coming.
Yeah, so I mean, as far as both of them, it denigrates both of them. Like what the hell?
Yeah, and Cynthia G's always kind of been on this kick about obviously black men in general, but also basically about how white men are this, white men are that. So she's always kind of been on that type of kick to begin with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's like certain lines, like yeah, people drop off of Cynthia G, but there's like certain lines you're not supposed to do. Like I wouldn't just, I don't fucking know. I wouldn't just go on fucking, I don't know, Oprah, just go in. I don't even know how to describe the shit. Just it's out of pocket on both their behalves. Like Coach Blue Pill
Well,
as far as men and Cynthia G as far as black people. Like, oh my god.
yeah, I don't even
Yeah,
know why she had him
guys.
on. Like it's such a weird like I said, such a weird crossover. You know what I mean? I didn't expect that.
Well, her subscribers like Brad, so I guess that might be
Yeah,
right. They subscribe to him now.
that's true.
Yo, I
Maybe he
have
did
to
it for the
ask,
clout chase. I don't know.
is
So
Go ahead,
Cynthia
Charlie.
G the one from Incel TV's last video?
the
Yeah,
exact
yeah.
one, yeah.
Dang, so he actually went there.
This motherfucker went there and basically hosted the mother. He's going in on like all components. Like
Well, he's always
It,
kind of been like I think he did a video roasting Rollo Tomasi, which I don't really have a problem with per se. But it kind of comes down to like, okay, but like, why are you doing this?
for
Like,
real.
what exactly is your goal here? Like, is your goal to like make the manosphere more thought provoking and more like make them think twice? So, like, what exactly is going on here? Because like his videos have always kind of like bordered on like he says things and then he'll say something concrete and then he'll like say, okay, but that's not really true because X, Y, and Z, which is fine. It's good to have a nuance in your language. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I think that makes you more credible to some extent when you're a little bit more nuanced about a particular issue. Like if you just go all in on one particular theory or thing, then it makes you sound really stupid and like reductive. But like in his case though, he does it so often the word point to it's like, why are you even saying anything then? Like what's your point?
I wish I remember more details so I could explain things better. But at least as far as my opinion, he went from purple to blue. God damn it! It's uh, but there was one thing I did think about though, because on one hand you have Incel TV going in on Cynthia G, then you have Coach Blue Pill going in on Cynthia G, and then you have the rise of Kim and Samuels getting to like 1 million with, even though probably mostly black, but it's a mixed audience. What I'm thinking might be happening is, and I don't know if it's real. I think what might be happening is basically the black manosphere or like the black cultural space is like the new battlefield for the gender war in general.
Oh, it has to be. Oh, I mean, because like Kevin Samuels, he's the fucking game. He's the biggest game in town right now. He is like whether we like it or like him or not, or like it or not. He has the biggest stream.
Yeah, and even though basically the white manosphere is riding his coattails, basically. Kevin Samuels was like the fucking Marines, and everybody else is just the army following behind and shit. And now you have crossover from the black manosphere and even the black foilosphere, basically. I mean, no, basically from the black sphere of black women, and then you have the incel and the black pill spaces crossing over into that for whatever reasons. Like, I never would have thought this fucking narrative would have happened, but it's crazy now.
Yeah, I just kind of want. I might have to actually watch that stream tonight. Like watch it all the way through, even though I'm probably gonna cringe multiple times watching it. But like just watch the whole stream all the way through and figure out what exactly was said, so I can maybe cover it next week. Cause like it does seem like it was a pretty big. I would not have expected what happened there to happen. I was like, who is this guy and why is he on the stream? I know who he is, but like, why are you on her stream? Like, what prompted that response? Like, was it the Incel TV video? Was it that video that made you be like, okay, well they've gone too far now or something like that? I don't know. Like, I think at one point they were talking about how high value men or something like that, like high value men. I can't quite remember what was said during the that stream though, but like the stream I was watching in particular. Talking about high value men and like he was going in on that concept. It's like okay, like I think I'm not gonna try to like put words in either one of their mouth, but it seems like this whole concept of the high value man is really the sticking point for a lot of these women for sure. Like it definitely seems. Go ahead.
It's just relabeled hypergamy, like got it, high value, select, like all that shit.
Yeah, it's the same word, just being repackaged over and over and over again, which is fine. But like that's how things typically work to begin with. Like yeah, at the end of the day. So like yeah, high value man, select, fucking Chad. It's the same concept, just being repackaged over and over and over again. So let's use the phrase high value man since that's the one they use. Like high value man appears to be the biggest sticking point for black women especially, but for all women in general, because like what they don't like is what the implication of being a high value man actually implies. What it implies is that, hey, I'm on the same playing field as women are. Like, I'm allowed to do what women are allowed to do, effectively. Like, if there's ever going to be a privileged class of men, it's going to be Chad, it's going to be high value men, because these men here have the ability to pump and dump women at will, and there's nothing a woman can do about it. Like, and they almost have like what's the old saying? Or old phrase, right of first refusal, whatever they call it. Like these men can reject you, and now you're fucking hurt. Like oh shit, like I got rejected by a high value man. These men they make what do they call them fucking god dang what's the phrase for it the widow thing, what do they call it
Alpha widows, what?
Yeah, alpha widows. Like they get alpha widowed hard when a high value man pumps and dumps it. It's like oh shit, like this guy here he's high value. How could he have pumped and dumped me? I'm special, because what this man does is that he proves to women that oh, you're not that special because I didn't pick you. I'm not picking anybody. I actually didn't. Because at the end of the day, Chads, high value men, select men don't have to pick women. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to pick women to settle down with because they actually have an abundance mindset. They actually have the abundance in reality as well. Like it actually exists for them. So like they have no incentive to ever settle for these men. And then what the implication of that is that, hey, maybe you need to, if you actually want the marriage and commitment, the implication of that you need to lower your standards down to men who actually are required to be in a relationship with you to get sex. Like that used to be the trade-off. Like these men here don't really belong in the game. They're like above the game. That's something I was thinking about last week, or not last week, across the week. Was like the people who are really in the game, like incels aren't really in the game to begin with. At the end of the day, like they start off at starting point 0 and then never even leave the starting gate. And then you have the Chads who quite literally are on the gate, a rocket ship, and they're so far ahead of the game, or they're literally above the game. They don't even like play the game on the same level that we do. The game, like they are the fucking game. They decide the parameters of the game, and because of that, these men here have literally unlimited options. Like there is no way you can like stop them from being what you would call a high value man.
But they even alpha widow Chad. They even alpha widow like bitches from other, like even like Will Smith, right? Fucking super Chad and all that shit. Wasn't Jada alpha widow by Tupac? Even Chad's an alpha widow and other people's bitches, man. That's crazy. Like so.
Yeah. There are plenty of high
Fucking
value males that meet Kevin Samuels' criteria that lose women to alpha male bum types. I wonder how often does that happen though? That's the only my question for that. Like when we say plenty, do we mean like just like like okay, like plenty for a big population of people is probably a lot, but like statistically speaking though, like most women aren't going to give up a man who's like okay, he has a lot of money, he has a lot of status, and he looked good. Okay, like he has all three of those things. That woman would be a fucking retard for saying, "Oh, I'm going to reject this guy. I'm going to fucking leave him for bum Chad." Like, I don't know.
Well, I do remember AMS even way back when I was on that channel. Even he was talking about occasionally I'll lose women to like the more beta dudes every now and then. So it's like alpha chat, beta chat.
Yo, I got a theory on this too. I gotta find that one video that was quite telling, but I think it was in one of those British date me channels. But this guy was definitely like Chad plus, like he was pretty boy, handsome, well built. Like looks wise, he's probably a high 8 or a 9, right? And some of these girls are like, oh, like outright reject him straight up, like just based on the looks. Like I would be like, why the fuck are you rejecting this like Adonis looking motherfucker? Like he's good looking. And I think there is like a underlying untold Freud logic that happens where if a woman determines that the guy is like too good looking, like she already automatically knows there's going to be mass competition for the guy, and she knows that she can't keep him.
Yeah,
So
that's like the basis for Oofy Doofy theory to some extent. That's like the idea kind of behind it, where it's like some decent looking women will actually date. That's like the theory, basically. That they'll date a schlubby looking men and say, "Hey, well, this guy here, I know he can't leave me because I look better than he does. So like, it's easier for me to keep control of the relationship in the long
yeah,
run." You know what I mean?
so even though they can outright like get Chad and have the good guy, so to speak, they would always reject him solely based that they don't want to get hurt because they know they can't keep him. So it's probably at best like a one night stand or maybe a short casual fling that lasts however long. But like in terms of I think there's like an unspoken rule. Like even women will reject like the ultra hot guy because they just know they can't keep him.
Or
Just want
rather, the implication of like of what that man can do, because like what women really want, and really, I don't think women really know what they really want, because like they want these high value men, but once again, like Kevin Samuels, he openly says this, and I think I actually agree to some extent, is that these men can quite literally have concubines. So, like, if you don't want a man who can literally fuck other women as well as keeping you, it's almost like being a king. Like the king has his a legal wife, then he has his wife who he has a
Concubines.
concubine. Yeah, concubine. Yeah. And his legal wife is the one who has, okay, she gets all the heirs, he gets all the rights to the inheritance, stuff like that. And the concubine who lives there for pump and dump to make extra heirs just in case the main heirs can fuck up and they end up, dead or some shit. So like, if you don't like the fact that these high value men, these men who have a lot of money and status and who look good and Chad effectively can have extra women on the side, then you just aren't cut out for a high value man at the end of the day. Like, and maybe once again, like the implication there that you need to settle for something less than a Chad, but they'll never do that. Like they can't accept the fact that, oh, this guy here who's quite literally perfect in every way doesn't like me, but I'm perfect because they've been convinced by society that I'm perfect, I can do no wrong, I am woman, hear me roar, yada yada yada. Like they've been convinced that. That's a lot of people who want to get in here. Oh my god, let's see.
I think Black Ronin has been in the queue.
Oh yeah. Yeah, David Zabrano. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
well take off your fucking CBP stuff. I don't want to add that type of shit to my stream.
All right, with David Zambrano about the MGTOWs, yeah, I agree. There's basically no good level. Like if you're incel, you can't even play the game, and if you're not an incel, you're getting fucked in.
Yeah, like basically, like the only people who actually play the game are people in the middle. People who actually have to play the dating game. I think I even covered this in the video. It might have been in my was it my players of the game video? I can't remember which video it was. But like Chads don't really play the game. They're like a market maker in the game. Like they set the bids and stuff like that for the market effectively. So like they act as a market maker for the game. And then the incels who have no money at all don't really play the game. They're just kind of like outside of the game. They don't actually exist inside the game because they have no money to play. Everybody else in the middle is actually playing the game. Like the people in the middle, obviously the medium, what the fuck want to call it. Like people in the middle are all the fives, the fours, the sixes, and the sevens are actually playing the game. And therein lies the problem. Like those men here, like those women don't want to play with those men. They're like, okay, well, I want to be at the top. Well, everyone wants to be at the top, and it's very, very hard to be at the top of it of anything for a one period of time. You know. Let me see. Hold on. Let me add people here. I've been doing this for a while. I think Jack was going to hear me. Add him.
Yo, what's up, boyos?
Yo, nice mic.
What's up?
Yeah, I fixed it. It's not sarcasm. Look, what about now?
I'm serious.
Slightly better.
All right, good.
You sound fine to me. It's just like, yeah.
All right, what I was gonna say, you guys are absolutely high IQ about the whole oofy doofy theory. I feel like it's real, but it's not real to a certain degree.
What does it mean? You can find examples of anything in nature to some extent. Like you can find anything in nature. Like you can always find exceptions. So you're always going to see. You might look out one day and see like, dang, why is that girl with that guy? It's so fucking weird. And there might be a multitude of reasons why she is, but maybe one of the reasons is that she's like, hey, like I've been hurt too many times by dealing with these men who are like really good looking. So hey, I might stick with these guys who look fucking.
Oh, dude, hold up, hey, cute Mr. School. That reminds me of this Batman comic I was reading about this because in one of the comics, Wonder Woman actually curbed Batman because she said that Batman can get any girl that he wants because he's Bruce Wayne, he's Giga Chads.
Like the problem with the theory of Hayashi is that it doesn't have to be completely true for it to be true. Like it just means that if you can observe it in nature, you can say, okay, well, there are some instances in which this is true. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be one of the lucky ones who actually have an oofy doofy happen to them. Like it's all about finding the right woman who's been fucked enough to be like in that situation and to begin with. So
hold up.
All right, go ahead.
Sorry, Jack, go back. I have an example of that. Look up Damn Long Neck. He's a white boy who has this long neck. He's like Instagram famous. He's real anorexic. Yeah, damn long, not damn wide neck, not the black dude with the big neck, long neck. He's this white dude, but like he has this like developmental problem where he's really skinny and he has a really long neck, and he oofy man.
Yeah, I saw the video with both of them in there rapping. I'm like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah, he oofy doofy Max, and he has a girlfriend, and she's actually pregnant with his kid.
Sometimes God makes mistakes. And we can't account for that.
What's up, Doom Mortal? What's up, Jack?
What's up, Doom Mortal?
Oh yeah.
You guys have anything to add to the statements thus presented so far, or
Yeah,
I do.
I do. I've been doing what you could classify as oofy doofy tests for the last week because I've had some time off and I travelled down to Oxford Street the other day and I spent all day outside a cafe looking at couples and trying to work out the looks ratio between the males and the females, and I got a sample size in the London area of about roughly 10,000 people, and I wrote it down afterwards after every day. So I have actually got quite a bit of knowledge on the oofy doofy and how people match up now, especially in London. Do you want to hear it?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Yeah. What that guy says, that guy who talks about the oofy doofy, he is partially right. If you look at couples, I'm only talking about London, so I'm not sure outside of London how this works. You tend to find that the best looking guys, they tend
who is that in the background with the background noise?
Hold on. I'll pause again. I'm playing Fallout 4. Sorry about that.
Well, yeah,
pause the game.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Pause the game or mute yourself. One of the two.
Sorry about that, bro.
All
right, go ahead, Jack. I'm sorry.
All right. You tend to find that the best looking guys have the best looking girlfriends, which is obvious, and you do see quite a few guys who you could describe as 4.5, 4.3, and they're walking around with reasonably attractive women. You don't see guys who are 4 out of 4.5 out of 10 walking down the street with a Stacey, but you might see a guy who's 4.5 out of 10 walking down the street with a woman who's slightly better looking than him. But what I noticed was, in particularly in London, there's several markers when it comes to what you could classify as average men walking down the road of average women. They practically all look rich. They all look comfortably off when it comes to money, and they wear. The only thing I can say is they wear their clothes in a way that suits them, and I think that the incel community, from me doing these studies, does underrate the importance of clothes, hairstyle, and how you talk, and how your general demeanor, because I think that many women from this sample size want normies. They want normies, because the average guy is a normie. And if you can present yourself as a normie and as NT, I think that it does give you a certain amount of leverage in the dating market. But if you're, someone like myself who's got, is on the spectrum, and I can't put three sentences together without saying something insane. I think that females will naturally be turned off from you if you're also not a very attractive man. So that's the assessment I made. I also noticed something about different racial groups. Could I cover this?
Go ahead, man. Spit, because I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
Man.
Okay.
I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah. All right. I noticed when there's ever people mixing across racial groups, a lot of the time it doesn't conform to what is classically observed on the internet. I saw quite a lot.
Yep. Before you finish,
let Jack finish his
statement.
Sorry.
I know what he's gonna say.
Well, I don't want to hear what you think he's gonna say. I want to hear what Jack's gonna say.
All right. Yeah. Now I noticed quite most of the time it was if there is a couple that is not off, they're not both white, then it's a white guy who is either with an Asian woman or a light-skinned Indian woman. But I noticed a lot of the time Asian males with white women in London. And I don't know, on the internet, they say that Asian guys have got this low sexual market value, but I've seen quite a few cases in London of Asian males walking around with white women. So is their sexual market value increasing? I don't know.
Jack, just another question to ask you, brother, and be honest. In the UK, right, are there African and Jamaican black men in the UK with big as hell fat white girls? Yes or no?
You don't see it often. You don't often see I'd say only about 1 in 200 white women in England has got a black partner, and they tend to be like the most muscular types of guys. And I'm not sure about the types of females. I should imagine it's various types. I mean, I did see in a very exclusive part of London when I was doing my tests 2 Tyrones, and I didn't, until I started to look at the black pill community, realise that there was such a thing as a Tyrone. And these 2 guys were Tyrones. They were like the genetic elite, and they were sitting down outside a cafe with 2 very attractive white women. So
the reason why I asked that question, Jack, is because when I went to the gym a couple of days ago, I saw there was a black dude that was on there I was working out with. And he was like swole as fuck. And I remember I went outside to the store to go get a protein shake because it's cheaper in the corner store than is at the fucking ATM inside the gym, the vending machine and shit. And then his girlfriend was waiting for him outside. I shit you not, bro. This bitch was so fucking fat. She was in a scooter.
Right. Now I'm gonna say, Black Run, I'm gonna say something else to you as well. Yeah, this is the observation I've made about gym selling. There's several different observations I made in London about different racial groups. White guys don't need to do gym selling. Yeah, just don't be obese, but you don't need to do gym selling. Yeah, I think that the racial group that benefits the most in a sexual market value from gym selling is black males. Yeah, That I think that's the group that actually does benefit from doing weight training. I don't think for white guys, going to the gym increases your sexual market value whatsoever. Yeah.
The reason why, because people have the stereotype of like the big buff black man like going in and turning up all the white coochie because of like interracial porn and like all this, the usual, which is not the case. Not every black man is Tyrone. Me and Base Pluto are on Discord chat together to explain to these white boys who don't know any black people besides Sergeant Johnson off Halo and Shadow the Hedgehog that not every black person is a freaking Tyrone, and they just don't get it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
can I ask you a question real quick? Just to be so when you talk about these Asian male white female couples, what exactly is the like are the Asian men pretty decent looking for their race, or would you say
I can answer this question.
Yeah, go ahead.
It shocked me because I was looking. I spent I've spent 5 days doing this in London, and I picked various different places, and obviously I've been consuming black pill material, and I internalized the notion that these Asian males have got low sexual market value.
Yeah.
So I was quite shocked. I'm not. It doesn't happen very often in London. It's only about 6% of the time that people actually mix across the races. But when an Asian male is with a white woman, the Asian male tends to be. Well, I've worked out Asian males aren't bad looking. That's one thing I worked out from this test. Asian males lack height. That's the only thing I think that goes against them in the global sexual market value. And I noticed when these Asian males started to were successful, they were approaching average height for Europeans. So I think that's the case. Yeah.
So they're around like 5'9", 5'10".
Yeah. There's no problem with Asian males' faces. I did the test. I was shocked. I was actually shocked. Asian males actually have quite high sexual market value in London.
Yeah, but back to what you were saying about how gym selling benefits black cells.
Yes.
I've been trying to get into gym max, and the problem is my gay ass metabolism. It's so annoying. Like I was struggling today lifting these big ass 50-pound dumbbells and reps of 10, and it's so aggravating. I'm not trying to get like big, I'm trying to get cut up like a male stripper. You know what I'm saying by that?
Yeah, when I saw black males with women in Oxford Street in London, they were typically gym maxed. So I come to the conclusion that the black males benefit from gym maxing. White guys don't. I saw something at Black Ronan that you would be shocked by. I've seen really fat white guys, with unattractive faces walking down the road with pretty attractive women.
Of course, because the society has the expectation of white men to be these how do I explain this shit? Society doesn't have this expectation of white men to be this like intimidating looking dudes. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I've seen looks matches at lowest level as well. You tend to find if an ugly, unattractive man has got a girlfriend, she tends to be as unattractive as he is. So, I think if guys who are incels lowered their standards, they probably could get a woman.
I disagree with you on that, brother. Because
I've seen it too many times. I saw one guy walking through London, Brett Ronan, and this guy was, he must have been 25 stone. He had a neck beard. He was obese. He looked like he hadn't bathed for maybe 5 years. His clothes were disgusting, and he was walking down the road with his looks match, and down the street. I do think that even unattractive guys can get their looks match. I think a lot of the time it's about being NT, and I'm not trying to be a blue pill, red pill type person. It's just what I saw from these tests,
Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in seeing the data for I guess a demographic data to see who's with who over the next 20 to 30 to 40 years. Because right now we're walking into this weird society where like people are trying to be more inclusive, and I wonder how that's going to affect the dating market and the way that women and men interact when it comes to like being more inclusive, being diverse. Diversity of their strengths has been crammed down to our American folks for the last 50, 60 years. I'm wondering how that's going to affect the dating market going forward. Because right now our data is covering it does cover current society, but I'm interested in seeing who actually gets paired up in the future to see like how do things work out.
If you want me to do it, I'll go down to London next week, and I'll go into I'll go down and I will honestly write down. I'll go to a black area if you want next week, and I'll look at the black guys and tell you how they're doing in London if you want.
The reason why
it wouldn't necessarily be like a scientific like. That's the problem. Like you need like data that's actually like random and representative and somehow able to like give us like decent data about like what's going on with the world. But yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to you doing it. Obviously, it'd be a good little small study, I guess.
But Jack Tisson, what I was gonna say is I disagree with you when you said incels should lower their standards, because most incels on like who watch the stream or post on .co are smart dudes who make good money, who are dealing with normal dudes, but because the hypergamy is in full like overdrive, they can't get their looks matched, and most guys on the forum don't want to Lambo max. Because
sorry, go ahead.
Because American Black Belt said it the best. In order to not be incel, you have to be sexually attracted to. The sexual attraction has to be like meet both ways. Most incels don't want a Lambo max or crackhead max.
Sorry.
Jack Nickelback, you can speak.
Yeah. Plus, we already have incels that don't have standards. They're called the simps, and they're still incels. I mean, seriously.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna add this whole woke culture and inclusion and diversity and all that crap. I think it's immune when it comes to the dating market, because ultimately, when it comes to the dating aspects, I think it like truly shows what human nature is really about. Like I don't think no matter how much you are, if you're set on your ways, or what's the proverbial term, like the heart wants what it wants, right?
Yeah.
So telling a white chick that oh, black men are sexy and they're good, yeah, maybe she might have some curiosity for a BBC game and willing to try it out, quote unquote. But at the end of the day, like she would never like commit long term to like say a black man. If that's
that is true. That is true. That's why you never see mixed race couples in America over 40.
Not necessarily, but I'm just saying, like, when it comes to the dating aspect, it's like it's the true nature of what that person or what people want, and so it's actually, I would say, completely immune to this woke BS. Like this is all just pushing film and the job market.
Hold on, Black Run. I mean, when you look at the actual, and actually when you look at the data as well, like it's very true. People do typically do date from their race. I mean, it's still. I mean, black people still date black people by and large. White people still date white people by and large. Asian people still date Asian people by and large. So, like, it just seems like we're just attracted primarily to our own race first, and then I'm just wondering what would happen on like the edges. So, like, typically things oftentimes change on the edge. So, people who might leave their own race to go somewhere else, they're obviously on the edge of their race. So, people who might leave like on the edges of stats and data, and that's where the interesting stuff kind of happens. That where it's like, how many people jump ship to another race and stuff like that. I'm interested in seeing if like this societal conditioning would have any effect on that type of stuff, or at least on the edges of society.
Well, don't forget cases like the sorry.
Oh, sorry, Jack. Yeah, I'll add this to mystery too. Like because I know interracial couples. Like I know friends that were born out of interracial couples, and just speaking from the Oriental prospect or perspective, I should say, it is really hard to say like for like an Asian foy to marry a black man or something, and even more so to move out of her Oriental country and go like immigrate and live to where her husband is. It's a huge, no, I wouldn't say a huge risk, but it's like it's such a huge commitment that it is very difficult for that happening on its own by itself. So and not to also include like the family aspect, like cultural aspect. It's very, very difficult. So I think for the majority, like 95% of the time, it's always just staying within your race until facilitates such a transition.
Jack,
Yeah, go ahead,
Draw
Jack
Luke's.
Nickelback. Let Jack
Sorry.
Nickelback go.
Yeah, don't forget the case basically in the Netherlands where they have all those men marrying, excuse the dog, but they have all those men marrying out to like the Thai women, even though those men might be normal or even above average, maybe. But the societal situation is so shit that they can't get the wife type they want. Like everybody's a fucking feminist.
Isn't that Sweden, Jack? Isn't that Sweden rather than Holland?
Yeah, I think it was Sweden, and it might have
Sweden,
been,
yeah.
I think it might have been Switzerland too, but yeah, I saw Sweden definitely.
I don't blame them guys.
Yeah, neither do I. Like,
Draw Luke's. Can I tell you something? Sorry.
Yeah, let me just add this point. Like, even think about the extreme that most men are doing right now, too, as we speak. Like, I mean, my plan is to fuck the West and jet out of here as soon as I can, not have to
get your
work
money right.
anymore. Yeah, but then think about it. It's still a huge investment. Like, I'm willing to leave the West, leave your, home territory, and in search of Floyd, like, go elsewhere. And it's like if you can, you should because it will definitely increase your odds. But it's like such an extreme to the point where, even men have to like just uproot and just go somewhere else. So if you think about it from the opposite end, like for a Floyd, like dating out of your race and marriage and actually uprooting and going to wherever Chad's home country is, it's such a huge endeavor as well. But then, for a Ford's perspective, it's always much easier. It's like, yeah, like the opposite extremes are getting more and more common, I would say, for both perspectives.
Hold up, Draw Luke's. Can I piggyback off what you said about an Asian woman leaving her country to go get with a man on night mode? Because I know someone who's a product of that. So I had a teacher named Mr. Win. He's half black, half Vietnamese. He's a GI bastard. Sorry, I wasn't being PC. His dad was a black soldier from Vietnam. His mom was probably some noodle whore in the rice field somewhere. And he actually lived in Vietnam until he was like 11.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel sorry for those guys. Like, they're caught in between a world where they just don't belong in either side.
Yeah, because what happened was, basically, because he didn't, when he first got to America, he told me that because he taught, he was my ELA teacher when I was younger. Basically, he got bullied a lot because you see this light-skinned dude with kind of slanted eyes. So it looks kind of like Drake, but he has like slanted eyes and kind of like, it's weird. And he spoke fluent Vietnamese. Like his English is a second language.
Yeah, no, I've met a few of those people. I think ultimately maybe America might be the good place because here it's like, you meet people from all sorts of life, but, a half black Asian living in Vietnam, it's like you'll never be accepted. So
Yeah,
good thing that he came to America, I guess.
yeah,
Yasuke story for him, I guess.
Yeah, because he told me that in Vietnam, you have a lot of dudes who are his age who are half black, half Asian, or who are half white, half Asian. It's the weirdest thing ever because a lot of American soldiers were forced snuggling a lot of Vietnamese women. Wink, wink. And so that's where a lot of that came from.
Didn't they also go to Bravos though?
Yeah, I remember that scene from Full Metal Jacket. Me so horny, me love you long time. That was the actual thing.
Oh shit, I never saw that.
I don't tell you, fucking Jack. My God,
What?
you haven't watched anything.
Yeah, like
excuse me
Jack,
for reading fucking books and shit. God damn it, the black people
guess
didn't
so,
drop
but
out of nowhere for
dang.
me.
I'm saying this right now, Jack Nickelback. Hold up, Jack
If
Nickelback.
you get to Full Metal, you gotta watch American History X, and then what's the other one? I forgot. Fight Club.
Yeah,
but-
I'm gonna write down the list now. Go ahead.
Jack Nickelback. I feel like if you, me, and Mystery School were alive back in the 60s and went to Vietnam, we'd be tearing up Rice Coochie.
Oh yeah, I'd be out there like Genghis Khan. Goddamn.
We'd be tear it up. By the way, honey, I shot your brother yesterday with a grenade launcher. His foot's right there, his arm's right there, his intestines are right there. But the sex was great. Have a nice day with your bastard kid. Bye. I'm going back to America.
Man, you think I'd be fighting for the Hell no, I'd sell your asses out so fast.
What the fuck?
Fucking be a Vietnamese hero. They make statues of my.
The thing about the Vietnam War is it had the best soundtrack as well. You know.
Oh yes. That
Yeah, Fortunate
yeah.
Son and Fortunate Son, and also Fortunate Son.
Yeah, but I don't understand. China, go back. How come so many black men were in Vietnam compared to World War II in Korea? You noticed that shit, right?
Wait, you said what?
How come so many more young black men were in Vietnam compared to Korea and World War II?
Didn't they integrate during the Viet? I forgot.
They kind of did, kind of didn't. That's the one thing I noticed. You had a lot more brothers in Vietnam compared to World War II and Korea in the past wars.
I don't know. I think I had a relative in Korea, but
I don't know. I have one of my friend's dad from high school. He was in the military back then, and he said that it was all a deep, like, as a black man, why would you join America's white army? So he had bitter experiences, and I think he also served in Vietnam too. So
Jesus. But my question is, why were them Vietnamese women so BBC hungry back then? Didn't like I don't that dark skin was frowned upon in Asia. Why were they jumping on BBC all the time?
bro, like the noodle whores in Vietnam taking up BBC. That's just for the money. You know for a fact the preference is white Chad.
Not now, back in the 60s. That's the weirdest shit ever. Like I was thinking that the other day.
I don't think it changed. It's purely for money at that time, and then that it just happens to be a black soldiers there.
I don't care how the chance comes about. I only care that it's there. Like, let's just get that straight.
Yeah, but also you get instances of Vietnamese prostitutes during the war putting grenades in their like purses and shit, or guns in their purses, and like luring American GIs to some like location out in the woods, and then killing them when no one's looking. It's fucked up.
That's always the danger. You follow women, and you could happened over in Northern Ireland. During the 1960s up into the 1990s, we had a lot of trouble with between the Catholics and the Protestants, and British soldiers would naturally go over to Belfast, which was the main theatre of this conflict, and they would have these Catholic Irish girls who'd come up to them, and naturally the girls would offer them sex, and they'd go off with them, and as they turn the corner, they'd be shot by the IRA. So it's
it's the oldest trick in the book.
It's one of the coolest.
I'm talking like even in ancient Japan, it's like the female ninjas would use the power of the coochie, lure men, and let them hit the
with their
beam,
head.
but then a knife in the back of the neck and it's over.
Yeah, but Jai, no, go back. Imagine you're like a black son of Vietnam or Incel in general. You're KHHV out of high school. I'm finally gonna get some coochie. She's like, we know you a long time. She takes you into the forest, what I'm saying, the jungle, somewhere discreet. Can't see your hands in front of you. Goes to her handbag, thinks she's gonna pass with condoms, pulls out a 4-4, bam, dead.
That'd be her losses. I would have been the ally, but I would have been the first all-black Vietnamese soldier. I would have been the Luke Cage of Vietnam. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but another brutal black hole. Jack said the United States actually had to change the caliber of some of their guns because the Arvin, they were so frail and so short they couldn't handle the recoil of some of the guns.
You talking about like the M14 and all that piece of shit?
Yeah, they had to change some of the calibers of the guns because of the Arvin, the anti-communist forces that the U.S. propped up. Some of them were really short and really frail and really skinny, so they couldn't handle the recoil of the guns.
Yeah, because the 7.62 is heavy as hell. And then they switched to 5.56, and it was both more controllable and you could a whole lot more ammo. Yeah. The only issue was the thing with the cleaning kits at first, where they weren't sending those out, so they jam a lot. But eventually, after all the problems got sorted out, now everybody acts like the M16 was sent by God. But whatever.
Yeah, because if you look at photos of American Special Forces training the Arvin, they height mogged and frame mogged to the Arvin guys. So these American guys were like 5'9" to like 6'2", while the Arvin were like 5'5", 5'4", 5'3". They height mogged the fuck out of the Arvin.
Yeah, you'd be bigger people, wouldn't you? Over America compared to Oriental Asians.
Yeah, I feel like that plays a factor in conflicts as well, because in like CQB and like a fight, the bigger guy just usually.
Yeah, it tends to happen. You get some crazy guys over in America. I think the United States of America probably produces some of the most insane people on the planet, or maybe the most insane people on the planet. Now, if you actually look at your social history, it's just that you've just got wall to wall crazies over there.
Shit, that's why I say on this stream practically every third or fourth week, it's an open air asylum in this bitch.
Yeah, I think the U.S. has the most number of active serial killers in any given point.
Yeah. You just got in the Western world, the two craziest nations in my opinion is America and Russia, but Russia's got a more sinister culture, but you guys over in America, you've just got these anything you can think of. If it involves a crazy maniac, you're going to have somebody over there doing it right now or done it in the past.
Yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer, prime example.
Yeah, I mean, you had like guys like John Gotti up in New York. Who was that guy in New York? The black gangster guy. They made a film about him.
I forgot his name. I think you're talking about.
Ah, shit! It's on the tip of my head or tongue, whatever.
Yeah,
Jack Nickelback. What you had, sir?
Denzel Washington.
From Harlem Nights, I think.
Yeah, original gangster.
That's the guy. He was pretty crazy. He was one of the. He actually managed to single-handedly defeat the Italian mafia in New York by doing his own thing behind the scenes. It was a pretty impressive act.
So we're talking about Frank Lucas, Bumpy Johnson, because we're mad.
Yeah, but I think it's Bumpy
Frank
Johnson.
Lucas is the name. Yeah,
Bumpy Johnson was the guy. Bumpy Johnson.
All right, thank you for our local FBI expert on crime, Graham.
Someone said, what is the weirdest state in America?
Florida man does XYZ. Florida man does, Florida.
Probably Florida. I would have to agree.
That's a damn good choice. It is top 3 at least, if it's not the number 1.
It's an odd state because there's a lot of old people and then there's a lot of like just so fucking hot. And I don't know. It's a weird state.
Yo, Jack Nickelback, since you're from Detroit, why does the Midwest and the East Coast look so fucking similar?
I would guess because it's all industrial shit, but fucking Midwest is a whole bunch of empty industrial towns.
That's the one thing I noticed is that the East Coast and Midwest look very similar compared to like the South of the West Coast. They look so similar. Like New York and Chicago. If you went up to a guy from, let's say, Singapore and asked him which city is New York, which city is Chicago, they couldn't tell the difference.
Shit, it's just giant urban centers. Like, it's fucking great. Ain't no difference.
Jack, you in Gotham City, my nigga. No cap. You're in Gotham City right now. Like, you're in Detroit, okay?
I think Gotham is Chicago.
No, Gotham's Detroit.
No, it's not. Didn't you ever look at the Gotham aesthetic? I could almost swear it's based off Chicago and shit. Like how they had thinking on Batman the animated series. Like it seemed more like a 1920s like Prohibition Chicago kind of vibe. Even though it was built to be timeless, but that's kind of like the vibe I got off of it. Like Detroit. Let me tell you what Detroit is. Detroit is like an American city that's always 10 years in the future. So if Detroit's fucked up, that means that's where you're gonna be in like a decade. So Detroit, all the industry left, and there's no money.
And it's crime nonstop.
Yeah, well, look where everybody else is now. It's fucking.
Yeah.
Yo, literally a premise of RoboCop and OCP.
Yeah, like. I'm not gonna. Jack, go back. If they made a Fallout game set in Detroit or Chicago, they wouldn't have to change anything. Bethesda wouldn't have to change anything. Just like take a picture of that, put it in the game.
It's being re-gentrified and shit, so all the black people probably gonna be kicked out within 20 years. Is how it is.
Yeah, same thing in New York and in Boston and Philly.
I don't know if there's crime here because there's nobody fucking left.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Really?
That's fucked up.
The population dropped from like what $1 million or $2 million. Now it's like what 700,000. Why the hell do y'all think I'm like so constantly just over with life and shit? I'm not even in Detroit. I'm by the shit. Because everybody who could just move to the suburbs, and now everybody who's still there is like low key. Everybody who couldn't afford to leave, so it's just kind of fucked up. But
right, so you've got like you must have shops where you live and all that, and services.
I'm over here in the suburbs about the Jews and shit. I'm definitely straight. Everybody else, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, Richie Hart. Yeah, Little Caesars is here. No, I don't fucking go there. You go there for like the $5 budget pizza when you got part of your kids and they don't know about taste. If you want something good, you got like Jet's Pizza Popular or some shit.
Yo, Johnny, have you ever been over by 7 Mile or 8 Mile?
Yeah, I'm a few miles away from it. And one side of 8 Mile is Southfield, and the other side is Detroit, and you can tell which is which and shit. Oh shit, this side is well funded.
Why do so many white rappers come from Detroit? Like Kid Rock, Eminem, and Saint Clown Posse. What's so much on white rappers out there, man? Like that's weird, bro. Like I got this weird fetish for white dudes who rap.
I don't know. David Zambrano said huge black population. Yeah. It was like 80%. I don't know what it is now, but it's still large as fuck.
I live in Baltimore. The population went from 2 million. What the fuck? I've been dropping more every year. Baltimore's fucking.
It's those post-industrial Midwest cities. They like the worst places in America. Fucked.
Same as New York, bro. New York is a shithole too, dude.
At least it's an active shithole. Like places like Detroit and Cleveland, they're just corpses. It's not a matter of if they're gonna die; they're already dead. We just wonder what the corpse is gonna turn into and shit.
You know, I've heard when it comes to females, the hardest the females who are hardest to build a liaison with are in New Jersey. What do you guys think about that? I've heard that New Jersey is really, really hard for men.
Not sure actually. Never been to
Jersey
before. I know fucking California's the absolute train wreck of a
it's Dark Souls.
Get a woman out. The whole fucking states of shit. But Jersey, never heard too much actually about that.
I've heard that feminism is really, it's massive there, and you've got a big chance of being Me Too'd in New Jersey if you even just approach a girl and start talking to her.
It wouldn't surprise me because like New Jersey is basically just like a glorified suburb of like New York City. So like at the end of the day, so like they really don't have. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a lot of like girl power there because like they all probably work in this financial district and stuff like that. So
yeah,
and the thing, in like the New York, Massachusetts, Philly area, those northeastern states, the women there have this. How do I explain this shit? They're liberal in the streets, KKK in the sheets. If that makes sense. Like they'll say stuff like, "Oh, I don't discriminate. I like all different types of guys," but you see them with the same type of guys over and over and over again.
Yeah, I noticed that in London. When I do my tests, people do tend to stay within their own racial groups.
Not just that. Even within the racial groups, you'll see like a woman who says, "Oh, she likes smart, intelligent guys," but she's with like a fucking low IQ Chad, who's like, rough as shit and low IQ. His personality of a fucking brick.
Yeah, thing is, Ronan, there isn't. It does depend on location. I think this is the same in the USA, but in certain parts of London, for instance, there isn't that many Chads. You're only looking at maybe 1 or 2%. If you go into the richer parts of London, you will find a higher concentration, but they're only approaching, maybe 10% of the population. So women can't. All women want a good-looking guy naturally, like all men want a good-looking girl, but they have to make trade-offs, and they tend to pick normies. That's what I found.
I want to make a proposition here that I think cities are just inherently sexually terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
within a framework, this guy named Mercer, he was on American Black Bull streaming. He talked about how even back, I think Benjamin Franklin even talked about how cities basically don't produce anything, and they're basically like shitholes, and they basically have to poach off of the population off from the countryside and the suburbs in order to actually fund their city bullshit. So yeah, like cities just seem to be naturally like just shitty places to like find anybody and meet people at, because it's basically like a mouse utopia on steroids. Like this guy
Yeah.
here, New Jersey, is that bad? They try to trap guys from New York. I've seen it firsthand. All right.
God damn, bro, I've lived in New York. That's crazy. Like Jesus. Yo, and Jack Tiston, bro, New York got some big ass rats, bro. They will fuck you up. I know you're a boxer, but them rats in the subway will beat your ass. I'm saying that they will fuck you up, dude. Them big ass rats.
Yeah. Do you know? Can I ask you a question, Ronan?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. You say you're lifting at the moment. Are you getting big and strong and all that kind of stuff?
My biceps have gotten pointier, but they're not in the shape that I want. They're very like it's like a tennis ball, but inside of my bicep, and I don't want that. I want it to be evened out, but I'm gonna keep trying.
Well, I can tell you what the Tyrones are doing in London. Yeah, just to give you a. I don't know if this could be some looks maxing what they're doing. I don't know if this is something you might want to hear. They've all got beards. I don't know if they've all got beards. Yeah, and they dress in like shirts. They typically all wear it like shirts and kind of like polo jumpers and light jeans with shiny shoes. Yeah, and they all lift. They all lift. But the thing about these Tyrones in London is they're not tall. Yeah, you know, I don't think you have
how tall? Like 5'9", 5'10", like short.
I'm telling you, Ronan. When I saw these two Tyrones sitting outside this cafe in London, they were about 5'8", 5'9". It was purely their looks. They weren't big guys. They were quite average when it comes to height.
Oh,
And that's the thing.
okay. I should go to Gym Max then.
No, Gym Max, man. If you're black, Gym Max, definitely.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to. Cause I couldn't go today.
100%.
I couldn't go today because what happened was like I didn't have any food. I had to eat first before Gym Max, because Gym Maxing with an empty stomach equals vomit. But I didn't have any food. And tomorrow's Independence Day in America, where my country, beer country's ass, and became an industrialized shithole as a direct result of it. So the gym is closed. So on Monday, I'm going to see if I can go, because I went on Thursday, but I can't skip days. Because Base Pluto told me to do like reps of 10 for like an hour, and then I should get swole within like a month and a half. So I'm gonna just keep doing that. And yeah.
So basically, you're just gonna mog us all even fucking further. All right. You come back in like a month swole, I'm just kick your ass out the stream. I think I have to that.
I think also the weights. You know, the guys who I see are successful with females when it comes to gym maxing. If it's just a case of attracting females, I think that guys who are bodybuilders have probably got diminishing returns. I don't think females are too interested in guys who are looking like
the Hulk.
The
Venom.
I just don't. I think it's a thing for to intimidate other men rather than impress. I don't think women are that impressed. But like a gym physique where you've got a clear amount of muscle on your frame, I think it is something that does attract a certain type of female. Yeah, and especially if you've got genetics, Ronan, do it, mate. I mean, you probably have. You probably have genetics.
Yeah, because what happened is my grandpa Milton, he got into World War II and he wasn't a big dude, so I guarantee you I can probably deal with the gym max. But the thing is about me, I tried to stop being a pussy because my arms will get like my biceps they'll get kind of numb from gym maxing for like an hour. I know y'all can laugh at me in the live chat, and then when I come back to do it again, it'll hurt a little bit. I just gotta stop being a pussy, just muscle through it. No pun intended.
Can I ask you one more question, Ronan?
Sure.
All right. I mean, I've got the same problem. I'm not sure if you've got the same problem as me. I've got I'm slightly on the spectrum, and I tend to have I tend to repeat myself quite a bit when I'm talking to people and go on and on and on about the same subject. Have you thought if you're going to approach females, I think you've got Asperger's, right? Is that right?
Yes, but the way
Yeah.
I talk to people on here is very different compared to how I conduct myself IRL in normie land in the real world. Like I don't talk about I don't spurg out in front of women. I don't talk
Right.
incel shit around women. As a matter of fact, I'm very timid and quiet around girls. I try not to rock the boat or anything that's too out of pocket or out of the ordinary. Like I'm that guy at work, in the lounge area, sipping a coffee in the corner while all the girls are talking about their boyfriends in the other side of the room. Like I just don't engage like that because I'm kind of afraid to.
Yeah. I think acting like a normie is something that is a skill that's got to be that
Yeah.
a lot of guys have maybe done early in their lives, maybe.
Yeah. My question for you is, sorry, when you were gym maxing, right? Did you ever felt like because when you gym max, right? Have you ever been mogged in the gym or got mogged like a guy who's taller than you, bigger than you, stronger than you?
Without sounding egotistical, not very often. No.
Okay, because I got mogged the other day by a guy in a wheelchair. Like his arms were big as fuck, but he was handicapped. He was in a wheelchair and shit. He frame mogged the fuck out of me. Imagine Joe from Family Guy, but Puerto Rican.
Bro, he's in a wheelchair. Just push that motherfucker. Like, all right.
No, Jack, bro, what the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm just saying, like,
you hear him?
Everybody's taller than somebody who's lying on the floor. That's all I'm saying. Like, you gotta do like Reese did on Malcolm in the Middle when he's trying to beat up that black dude in the wheelchair. Kind of, I don't know.
Bro, did you hear this?
What? Excuse me for being black pilled and honest.
The disabilities are on extra hard mode in life, so.
Well, motherfucker, is black pill spaces, man. It's hard for everybody. It's hard being sexless too. I should get fucking welfare and shit. I'm just saying. Sexual welfare now.
He might have a girlfriend though. He might have a girlfriend though, because even though he's in a wheelchair, he might have high SMB because of his frame, his body type.
That's what I'm saying. So it's even then. You're sexually disabled. He's physically disabled. It balances out.
I swear I probably bookmarked or saved this video, but it was I think it was a TikTok video actually. There is a video out there of literally Chad, I think he was like 6'5", and he basically friend zoned the girl that he liked. So the video was made by the girl that had a crush on him, basically. And yeah, like the Chad was like literally 6'5", good looking, white, tall, full set of hair, everything. I think he had like an accident or some sort, and he became wheelchair bound. And then yeah, so then she started take care of him, making her move, and they ended up together. And it's like literally, bro, you can't fail. Like if you're I should say former 6'5" white Chad, it's like you still win.
So yeah, documentary of Chad's life. That's fucked up.
So just Professor X Max, bro. Just Professor X Max.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you were Chad, like even 6'5", and now you're wheelchair bound, and like you're 4'1", it don't matter. You're like still gonna win.
I wish I could find that video of that like severely autistic dude. He couldn't even speak, but he had Chad looks, and all the women were going crazy in the comments.
Stop! I'm gonna rope.
I'm dead serious. I forgot where that video was, man. I wish I had that bookmarked.
But Jack Tyson, sorry. What do you think of Way or We? Hello, you there?
Might be AFK.
Damn, because I tried to drink Whey before I tried to gym max the first time, and that shit is nasty. I'm gonna just try and just drink regular, just like water and protein shakes from the machine.
Oh, are you talking about whey protein powder?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to drink that stuff. I think like I use vanilla or chocolate flavor.
The reason why I'm trying to get back in the gym maxing because I don't have the discipline to do calisthenics at home because my PS4 is here. But you go to the gym, there's a PS4, and you can't just sit around in a gym playing on your phone or shit look stupid, and people are gonna get mad at you. So you have no choice but to work out.
Yeah. Speaking of health, though, I got some fucking great news. So In 80 days, I lost 25 pounds.
Good shit, dude.
Nice, nice.
Zero exercise. It's literally just controlling what you eat. I eat
Yeah, you
like
don't even
one
need to
meal a
exercise
day.
to lose weight for sure.
Yeah, he doing
Yeah.
the general IRO on us and shit.
And what was
Bro.
it? Like, I went and got my blood works again. So this is almost 3 months since the last one. And my doctor called me. He's like, "Bro, you're doing like amazing. I haven't seen this kind of results in any patient for like a long ass time."
Follows.
Yeah, you wouldn't
Sorry.
you wouldn't believe it, but like I think it's only people who are like morbidly obese or people who are just overweight or obese in general. Only like 3% of them ever actually come back down to like a regular weight, which is like insane to me. When I heard that stat, like it's an
Yeah,
insane amount of people who get
Bro.
overweight and never actually make it back down.
I finally just like everything just clicked. It's like all the puzzle pieces just fit together. It's like, oh, like I wish I just knew all this info and had the discipline and the drive to do it like probably 10 years ago. Cause boy, like I'm on my way to like fucking gym max and looks max 100%.
Yo,
I know
draw looks.
25 pound ain't much because I still got another at least 30, 40 pounds I want to lose, but
Dude,
yeah,
as
it's
long as you
going good,
progress, you
man.
fine, man.
But yeah, back to what I was saying. Draw looks. You're gonna be out here looking like fucking Master Roshi off fucking Dragon Ball Z. It's an old Asian dude that's cut up. That's gonna be you, bro.
You're gonna be
Yeah.
like fucking Master Asia on G Gundam, just killing Gundams with a cloth and shit. Like,
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
so, oh, this is a good analogy. Yeah, like I'm an old still, so long term, yeah, maybe in 10 years I'll be Master Roshi, but in the next 3 years, if I could legit gym max and get to my looks potential, I'll be Krillin, top but taller.
Well,
There you
I
go.
think
Good,
it'd be
Jeff.
weird as my bad.
Check
It'd
that.
be
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm 100% bald, so I'll look like one of those Shaolin Tai Chi monks.
You should play that off low key, but I'm gonna shut up, let Jack test this off.
sorry, yeah, sorry, Jack. I'll just, I'll reiterate the point. There's a lot of videos on YouTube, and they go on and on and on about Asian males and their low sexual market value. But in London, that doesn't seem to be the case. And I think with Asian males, it isn't about their facial features. I generally think it's the only disadvantage that Asian males have got is height. I really think everything else being equal, they're competitive.
You might think it has something to do with their money, because Asians do tend to make more money than white men do. Actually, even them actually. So
that could be it as well. But I was actually quite shocked when I noticed because I had my head filled with videos I've seen on YouTube, and then I did this this test of seeing couples in London, and I saw a lot of Asian males who have got fairly attractive females. So I
gotta say this though, as a
what I can
rice
say is, from what I can see, the low sexual market value of Asian males is nonsense.
No, I gotta say this as a rice cell, right? So probably the couples you do see, like I have to ask, were they generally taller and probably good looking for their race?
Right? Yeah. I can answer this question because I saw it so often. I did make analysis of their face. They tended to be a little bit more masculine on average in the face than the average Asian male, and they tended to be a little bit taller. I'm not sure of the average height of an Asian male, but they tended to be about 5'8", 5'9", which is approaching.
Yeah, so I would 100% agree. Like a lot of Asian men, they just get priced out straight out because of the height factor. And it's generally well known Asian men are shorter compared to the rest of the other races. So no disagreement there. But then I would say, like, generally speaking, the Asian male that does well is still, full set of hair, probably a Chang or Chang Light, and they probably have the Oriental kind look as well. I don't know if we're narrowing it down to curry cells as well, but I would say they're probably the more K-pop or K-pop light maxed males that tend to do better. And that's
Just
true that even white females go for that look nowadays, due to popularity of K-pop and all that.
Goddamn.
Jax, and I was gonna ask you a question. So basically, I'm a very skinny dude. I'm not a big dude, and I'm around like 155, 160, but there's no muscle definition. If I get to 160 with muscle definition, will that improve my chances?
I would say I would. Can you tell me your height, Ronan? What's your height, mate?
5'9".
Well,
Shit,
5'9"
you weigh
is
as much as me.
5'9" is, I've seen guys walking down the street who are 5'6" and they've got attractive females. I would say you've got you're not short, so that's not a problem. And yeah, if with a guy such as yourself, you said you look like that guy Hobson, the rapper in.
Yeah, I look like that. Yeah, I look like that.
Which means you're not that bad. You're not that bad looking. That guy's not a bad looking guy. I would say adding some muscle and making yourself look a little bit more like a normie. Yeah, it's normie maxing. It's adapting. I think with yourself, it would be adding muscle, but also clothes. Clothes is so important. I didn't realize it until I did this test. Clothes is really, really important because it signals something about what's going on in your mind. And I think one of the reasons why I've been so unsuccessful with females is that I've had periods of mental illness when I've dressed like effectively like a tramp, and this puts females off. They think, well, if the guy can't dress himself correctly, why do I want to know him? So I think with you, clothes and weight training would be would definitely up your SMV.
Yeah, but the thing is, I have a high metabolism. I'm an ectomorph, but I have to eat a lot. So I already sent a job application to Nike. All I got to do is wait for them to hit me up back so I can buy more food. But my doctor said I need at least 2K calories a day to so I don't stay skinny.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw these two Tyrones in London, one of the things that which really shocked me about them was that they both knew each other. They didn't look like brothers, so they must have linked up, known that they had this high SMV, and they thought they mixed with each other, maybe on that basis, And I noticed this with white chads in London. They all mix in little groups. It's really strange. It's almost like the highest end of the sexual marketplace. They tend to congregate in their own little sort of high sexual market value groups.
Yeah, I just have to eat more, dude. I've been eating like crazy lately. Like, if you're in Discord chat with me, I'm out here buying friggin' 2 chicken sandwiches from Popeyes, friggin' a tires. I'd buy a shake from Tasty Burger and then mix the whey into the shake. I'm trying to gain weight like crazy, dude. Just put on pounds. Yeah.
It would definitely would improve your SMV, putting on muscle, without a doubt.
Because if you're a skinny dude, you have to just eat and then lift, and then but don't do cardio, because cardio will make you more skinny. But just all I gotta do is just keep eating and keep lifting, and I'll be to where I want to be in a month and a half or 2 months. I just gotta keep going at it.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, I gotta go at least 2 or 3 days a week, which I can easily do, or on weekends.
I would argue that gym maxing is super cope, but to be honest, I don't think more than 10% of males are actually cut in shape. And let's say let's use the benchmark as between 10 to 15% body fat, because even if you're ugly, motherfucker, you still haven't reached your looks potential until you get to that kind of shape or weight.
Yeah.
Well, most guys are, particularly in the West. I mean, most English guys are overweight.
It's because all the beer y'all be drinking. In England,
we all know we can't get women, essentially, even if we try as much as we can. So actually, in some cases, I think you might just be stuck in your own head. It's you look around, the average dude is tend to be overweight. There's not that like cut, Chad, lean look wherever you go. It's only like the male models that put all that in effort.
Yeah.
So
So
it's like
Jack,
for most guys, if you put in effort, you probably could increase your SMB quite considerably. But is it enough to get laid? Probably not as much as we think it
Like, are
does.
you gonna
Running
be
looks fine because
slaying, or are
autism
you
is the
just gonna
problem.
be jacking off stronger? Like that's the thing.
like
Yeah, garbage
for
point.
well, for me, I just gotta just keep trying, man. I don't want to land with math. I just gotta keep trying because the thing about me, I'm autistic, but I'm not like who comes on every now and then. His name starts with an S. He's Latino. I'm not throwing shade, but I'm not that autistic. But I
Yo, I'm
noticed
gonna say it, like dude's low IQ. Like he needs to up his IQ more than anything.
who?
The dude that starts with S.
Oh yes, with the yeah. I'm gonna get a single mom. I'm not
Just say
kind
it.
of the
That's the
right
guy.
thing.
there.
It's straight, right? Say it.
Yeah, I'll just say it.
Like
Like,
you gotta say
bro,
something with an
Slay,
S.
you
It's
need
like,
to
well,
up your
let's not
IQ
like beat
game.
around the fucking bush here. Like,
Yeah,
No,
well,
I don't
let
want
him
to
live with
start
bullshit.
drama.
He's gonna figure it out. Goddamn.
I don't want to
No,
start
no,
drama
I'm,
though.
I'm just,
'Cause-
I'm just saying. He made a video the other day, and it's all in Spanish. I was just like, bro, like even I don't speak Spanish, but I know your Spanish is like dog shit. It's like up your IQ. That's your problem right there.
Yeah. But back to so my routine. This is gonna sound laughable as hell. I'll try to do this thing where I go in and for the first hour I'll try to do bicep curls and then reps of 10 and then take a break and then go back into the main lobby, go to the vending machine, drink a protein shake, drink some water, come back in, and then do the thing where like you stand up and then you pull your shoulder up. You pull your the bicep curl up, but your with your what's that? How to explain this shit? It's like a deadlift. How do I explain this shit? Fuck. It's like that gym move where you have the it's like a briefcase, but you pull it up.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, one for your triceps.
Yeah,
For
yeah,
your the muscles on beside your neck. I know what you mean. Yeah.
yeah. Because my collarbone is starting to show a
Traps.
little bit. Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to get
Traps.
rid of that. Yeah, my collarbone's starting to show, so I can't have that. So I do that for hour and an hour on both of them.
Yeah, I don't go to the gym, so this shit sounds like Harry Potter to me and shit. But
If you don't mind me asking, Ronan, whereabouts in America do you live? Do you live in London? Sorry, Chicago or something? Or
I live in the Bay State. It's we're known for the Red Sox. We're known for St. Patrick's Day parade. White folks getting drunk and fighting. We're known for yeah.
Right. If you live in Boston, one thing you could do is you could go down to go down to a busy shopping centre and sit there and look at the guys who have got the women and look at the way they dress, and then maybe just copy them.
doesn't everybody already do that though? Like normies included.
Yeah. Me personally, I dress like a hype beast. I wear a lot of the Air Jordan ones, the friggin' a lot of cargo pants, a lot of Dragon Ball Z and Naruto t-shirts, a lot of beanies, a lot of Supreme. But yeah, I dress like I'm one of those guys.
Like basically what we're talking about is doing a local mog of everybody else. Like, yeah, I'm the best person in proximity kind of thing. But that's what Looks Maxing is.
Well, that's what they do in London. I mean, I saw one guy, and this guy he was fairly tall. He might have been 6 foot, but he had a receding chin. His hair was thinning at the crown, and the guy looked a mess. And he was the type of guy that you'd probably see, making posts on Incel forum. But he had a really attractive. He had a really attractive girl next to him, and he was walking hand in hand with her. And the only conclusion that I could make was this guy was socially functional, and he has a good wage coming in because this guy didn't have any looks, So there must be something to clothes. There must be. I don't know what it is, but it must be a way of signaling to the females that you're a normal person, you know.
Well, I would say
Yeah.
clothes are definitely the way you dress and the way you carry yourself and the way you talk in general. Especially talking and like that. It's definitely it's an indication of like there's even like studies talking about how like the way you talk is definitely an indication of your socioeconomic status as well. So like if you're from a higher socioeconomic status, you're gonna have a better vocabulary, you're gonna be able to talk you have a different cadence, stuff like that. So like the way you carry yourself in general, via dress and the way you look, it does say something about you. Now, obviously, like if we're gonna judge people at their worst, like somebody walking into a 7-Eleven in their pajamas, okay, that's a whole different story. But like out in like regular cop society, like you walk into the mall and you're dressed in like your regular clothes, like you can generally tell if somebody's wearing like name brands. There might be a decent chance that they might be okay. Might have some money, or they might just be either fraud matching, one of the two. So like yeah, you kind of have to like watch out when it comes to style as well, because people can easily just put a bunch of like high end stuff on their credit card, but it really just be broke as fuck as well. So
Yo,
Yeah.
I'll add to because like fashion is basically cope because you have to have the underlying good look to begin with. Like, Jeremy Meeks in a potato sack, like women will still be lining up to get fucked by him. I'm just saying.
Shit, what you in
You
the
know what I
prison
mean?
uniform in the first place? Like the fuck?
No. So I think fashion definitely does play a role, like, having good clothes, like status maxing, it adds to it. But then, if you're like a 300-pound fat guy, like wearing some Gucci and this and that and bling, ain't gonna make you any more attractive. You know what I mean?
It's
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
all
putting
about
what's it
the
called? Putting
money and
lipstick on a
side
pig.
of elements.
Lipstick on a pig, as they say. Yeah, that's the
Exactly.
point.
So, fashion maxing, you should probably only attempt once you get to, your lean maxing looks. Like, then it has like
Obesity,
actual value.
obesity is a killer, but I don't think females really care if you're a little bit overweight.
It plays a factor in sexual value. Girls, I've watched interviews with chicks who do porn. They don't like doing porn things with fat guys because of the belly fat. Like fucks up their, when they're doing missionary and shit. When they're smashing. The belly fat gets in the dick.
I
Yeah.
should have remembered that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't often see obese guys walking down the road with a female, but yeah, I mean, you look at America. I'm not putting Americans down, but it's pretty well known that Americans got an obesity problem.
We do. It's because of the shit food. It's not our fault, dude. It's because of the shitty ass food, and it's mostly in poor, low income areas. The shit they give to like rich white kids in the suburbs to eat is not the same shit they give to kids who live in the inner city. Like we get terrible ass food. Like you wouldn't understand, man. It's fucking retarded, dude.
Yeah.
Your local supermarket is the fucking gas station with the Arabs and shit.
Or the Asians, the East Coast, and they're selling you freaking like ramen noodles that are fucking 10 years old. They're selling you fucking soda that's fucking soda that's so old and shit. It was on the planes when 9/11 happened. Like just nasty ass shitty food. You know it's good for you, but you have no choice but to buy it because it's cheap and it's near you. It's fucking.
Yeah, but these overweight guys are still might have girlfriends. I mean, because the females, then they can only choose from the guys that are in their environment, or in their country. And you do see guys in America who are overweight walking down the road with women, don't you? So, I personally don't believe that they're that concerned. Females are that concerned about a gym body. I don't. Obviously, being obese is a health risk, and it's slightly disgusting. But I don't think that women are that concerned about a guy that's really, really ripped. I really don't think so.
No, because you got like Mystery had on that last stream with that Senator Armstrong looking motherfucker. He belongs here. Like,
Yeah.
How is he heavy or skinny?
No, but aside, or sorry, Jack, go ahead.
No, he looks skinny, but that's the type of dude that works all that time and then gets mauled by some prince-looking motherfucker that never worked a day in his life. Just slides in.
Yep.
Yeah, but one thing I noticed about
Go on, Dralic.
Sorry.
Yo, but I was gonna add, since I'm an old cell, and I'm telling you, all you boyos, like it's inevitable. Like when you get older, you get sick. Like your body ain't gonna. It's not just the same, or it will never be the same. Like when you're in your teens and 20s. But aside from that, and even from the health and look wise aspect for the dating, like this topic about health and obesity and being overweight is literally like killing the Western nations, I should say. It's not even about demographics or this or that, or I can't get women. It's literally just a topic on its own that's slowly killing everybody. So if you live in the Western world and eat a typical Western diet, like everyone is basically becoming obese, uh, diabetic, like in terms of like type 2 diabetes. It's like it's inevitable. Like every one of you is literally just becoming sick and dying faster.
Yeah.
And to add
I'm
this,
sorry.
like you need to educate yourself about food and nutrition, and like looks maxing is literally life save maxing, to be honest. Like you're prolonging your life by staying in shape and being healthy
The real
because it's
question is, do true
inevitable.
cells want that? Do
On
the
what?
truth of true cells even want to live longer than longer than they
Yeah,
have
No,
to?
I was
no,
gonna say it, but
Uh, I'm sorry, girl. Like, go ahead.
no, no.
like,
I
we're
get
not
it,
that
dude. I
timer,
get
bro.
it.
Like shit.
I'm just saying this transcends like, TFL and, all the dating market BS. It's like literally just if you live in the West, like you are literally racing to become obese and diabetic and die. So by gym maxing, looks maxing, or whatever, it's like you're actually just prolonging your life for the sake of it, like literally.
And beyond that, you'll save a fuckload of money too, because like insulin ain't fucking cheap. Fucking being on high blood pressure medication ain't fucking cheap. Being on any sort of medication for a long time because you're chronically obese is not fucking cheap, dude. So like, you're gonna save a
Yeah.
boatload of cash too as well.
Also,
Yeah, yeah.
if you
Yeah,
gym max,
big
right, and
time.
let's say you try to quote unquote a girl right after you gym max, and her boyfriend wants to fight you at a bar. If you're gym max, you might stand a chance in not dying or getting your teeth
Yeah,
knocked out.
and like being all this health conscious, it kind of actually adds another fucking layer to it, right? Like
Yeah.
I'll be fucking
Yeah.
honest. When I look at fat chicks, it's not just like I'm not attracted to them, but then it's like, all these things go through your mind. It's like, who the fuck wants to wife up a fat cow or a pig for that matter? And even if she's a slim or whatever, normal looking in 10 years time, like you could tell a lot about people's personal habits and food choices and all that shit. Like you can
Chuck,
kind of tell this bitch is gonna be a fat cow. Like if you're thinking long term, like even family and all that stuff, which does tend to come across, it's like why would you ever want to be with someone that's basically self-defeating?
Yeah,
Chuck,
like
do I feel bad?
it says a
Or
lot about who you are as a person when like you're sort of overweight. And like sometimes it's via circumstances, but a lot of times it's via like you just kind of like lazy to some extent. Like it just kind of comes down. You have to find the time to work out. And a lot of times that might for certain situations it can be hard to do that, but it does say sometimes, especially the older you get, like to some extent it can be an indication of either some sort of like a mental trauma that happened to you as a kid, or it can be a sign of just your moral character to some extent. And whether you like it or not, people would judge the fuck out of you because of your weight or because of the way you look. It's just this whole thing of like a lookism here. People will judge the hell out of you because you're fat. Like so, it's better just
Hmm.
to like be either chubby or just kind of be within the right weight range in general.
yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Just
just
makes your life easier.
the bar is just to be normal weight, like literally. You don't have to be ripped or anything. It's just be normal. That's the bar,
Yeah.
literally.
but draw
And
looks
I
also.
have to
Sorry.
one last thing. I have to agree with disagreeable. Literally, it's how less of the garbage you put in your body that literally matters. Like I reduced my intake to literally one meal a day, and it's working like gangbusters. Like I cut out all the sugary drinks, even the fake, pop and all that crap. Like actually eat lean meats and vegetables. Like just sticking to normal, sensible shit and cutting out all the junk. And it just works. Like it literally works.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, the hardest part of the diet in the long run though is maintaining that weight because like you can always backslide, and there are some weeks where I backslide hard. I'll eat out one too many times, but you have to like remember to like put that snap back in your mind to like go back to what you were doing before, so you don't backslide completely back to like your old weight because that can happen very easily.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's literally just not putting crap in your body. Like that's the game.
Yeah. I was gonna say is that I have to quit drinking because my mom I was washing the dishes yesterday, and my mom noticed that I was starting to get a beer belly at 21 at 155, 160. Like that's not good. So I might have to start doing sit-ups too to make the beer belly go down because I was drinking for a long time to cope with being incel, and now it's catching up to me.
Or just change your diet. That's the main thing.
Yo, I'm telling you, stay away from those 40 ounce. Like you're literally killing yourself faster.
Yeah.
Ronan, how old are you, mate?
I'm 21.
I mean, if you thought about doing something like boxing or jiu-jitsu or doing some sort of combat sport, because that could be integrated into your training.
Not well. I tried, but the problem a couple years ago, the problem is some dude actually were sparring and some dude hit me, and like I had like a fucking PTSD flashback to high school and shit. And I just went ham on the dude. Like I was like,
all right.
Yeah, so I don't think that's for me, dude. Because when he hit me, like we were in a headgear. I went like Super Saiyan 4 on his ass by accident. Like I was like, what the fuck? And just went off on him. So I don't think MMA or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is good for me. I try to just keep working out.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, oh, what's up, y'all? What's up? Just got off work and seeing y'all streaming. No, I was gonna say that for like some people, like I'll make like myself in consideration. Like I'm 260 and like for being 5'11" or whatever, and I guess like I got my BMI checked or whatever by like a freaking doctor or whatever, and I'm like 30% fat. And I don't know. It doesn't look like it, but like what I had learned is that like for some people like you, Black Ronin, like I'm assuming you're skinny, like for some people that have high metabolisms, they couldn't gain weight for the life of them, you know? Like you couldn't gain weight. Well, like if somebody was going to offer you $1 million to gain like 200 or 300 extra pounds in 4 months, only some people could attain that.
Yeah, I have a very high metabolism, very high. Like
Could you do that, Black Ron? Like they're just like $1 million.
No, I eat non-stop when I don't gain weight. It's super annoying, and I don't eat like small little meals. Like I be eating like. I'll go to Burger King sometimes and I'll order 2 chicken sandwiches, the crispy chicken sandwiches, a shake, and a large fries, and mix the whey protein into the actual shake itself.
Oh, what the? Damn.
Nice.
What happened?
No, that's pretty good. Because if I did that, like I just gained weight. Like, no lie.
Yeah, I'm just over here. I'm fine being a stick.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I just think it's harder for some people to lose weight. Even like me. Like I can't blame everybody entirely because some people it really is like just hard to lose. Even if I attempt to, it just takes me a long time.
Dude, it's so hard to gain weight, dude. Gaining weight is so hard, dude. Oh my god, dude. It's like what the fuck, like you eat and then like your next thing you know, like you come home and then your stomach's growling again. So you eat and then wake up in the middle of the night to go take a shit and your stomach is growling again because you're hungry. It's like what the fuck, stomach? Like what the where's all the food going?
Like, I don't know. It's fucking equivalent exchange, like Full Metal Alchemist or something like.
No, it can't be equivalent exchange because if I eat whatever Black Ronin's eating, I'm gonna gain that weight. It'll turn into fat.
Yeah, I have to disagree, man. Yeah. Like, gaining weight is definitely difficult. I would say for some people, right? Like in case of Black Ronin, I kind of agree. I know a lot of skinny cells that are trying to gain weight, but they can't. But in terms of losing weight, I think at any weight, it doesn't matter. It's cope. Like everyone who says they can't lose weight is just fucking kidding themselves. Like I'm not picking on you, Enrique, but let's just say hypothetically speaking, I fucking put you in a jail cell, throw away the keys, lock you up there for 30 days, but all you get is vitamins and water. So you'll live. I guarantee you at the end of the 30 days, you lose however many pounds you need to lose. It's that simple. Like,
No, I
just don't
agree
put,
with you.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just saying,
you can't
it's,
break the laws of thermodynamics here. You know,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, like
So everybody that says I can't lose weight, I'm like, bro, I'll lock you up in jail for 7 days. I guarantee you would be like 10 pounds lighter. Like, it's
I
just
think I think what I
so
mean is
the matter is, yeah, and I don't get me wrong. The difficult part is actually just having that discipline to not eat, period.
No, I'm disciplined. I'm disciplined to get my ass in the gym. I'm actually going next week when after work. I just gotta just keep work out 3 days a week and just eat nonstop. I'm tired of being a sick out here. Like it shit is so difficult.
yeah, I would say for
Yeah,
the weight loss people though, it definitely is like like people come up with a lot of excuses not to lose weight, and some of them are like legitimate to some extent. If you have an issue getting adequate food, I want to call it getting actual food you can definitely eat. But even stuff like that, like food, beans and rice, it theoretically isn't that expensive. Like you can buy a big bag of rice, a big bag of beans, pretty damn cheap. There's various things you have to have the discipline to actually do it and maintain that lifestyle for a certain period of time in order to lose the weight. Yeah,
The thing is about
yeah.
me, right?
no.
Sorry, in
And
terms of my body
ultimately,
type, right? Sorry.
yeah, I was just gonna say,
Sorry.
ultimately, the body is like self-correcting. Like you just give it water, the bare essentials that it needs, and it will like correct itself. So, the fat cells that say they can't lose weight, it's just complete fucking BS.
Well, here
Facts.
goes the
Oh god.
thing. Hold on. Here goes the thing. And I fasted before, like in my like when I was like around 25, 24. And yeah, I could lose weight when I fast. I had to literally go without eating for like 4 or 5 days at a time.
So it bounces back.
Then I'll eat one meal in between. Well, it doesn't bounce back. Like in 2 months, I lost at least a good 30 pounds in 2 months, but that's because I was taking fasting to extreme measures.
Wait, we talking a water fast or a dry fast? Just to be clear.
I think I was doing a dry fast, like no food. Like I was still drinking water and tea. I just wasn't eating any like food. Period.
That's a water fast, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Back to what I was saying though.
hold
But, like
on,
I feel
let him finish, dude. Wait, Black Run, he wasn't even done yet.
sorry about
Like,
that.
come on, man. Like, let's not do this. Go ahead, Enrique.
Oh, well, no, that's all I was saying. Just like when I was fasting, it took me to lose 30 pounds in 2 months, and yeah, while that was quick and efficient, I was only eating one meal a day. Before that, I was only eating one meal a day, and it was working the same job. Like I guess it was moderately like heavy labor, not that bad, but like and working this job that I do now and moving, I literally gained 10 pounds, which I wouldn't really call fat. I would call it more like muscle, but still like it's.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like
I would say BMI, like that's probably what your doctor was using. It's a pretty decent indicator for the average person about where their body fat really is. Most people aren't like built like fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger and shit like that, where it's like like you're fucking like a muscle bound man. So most people aren't that big. So like the people who are like 220 and like 10% body fat, okay, those guys are like I don't know, like they're athletes at the end of the day. So like when you throw those people in the mix, like people will always use excuses like, oh well, I just have a lot of muscle, and it's like, yeah, you might. Like in my case, I have some muscle on me, but I'm still fat. I still have a gut, so I still have weight to lose. You know what I mean? So like, it's just like I just don't like hearing people like because I've been there. I was huge. I was 350 pounds at one point, and I'm still pretty big, but I'm not like nearly as big as I used to be. Obviously, I lost like a lot of weight, and at the end of the day, it kind of comes down like we make all the excuses about why we can't make this thing happen, and then to some extent, you have to like have the willpower to say, okay, I'm not going to eat this meal, I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that, and just make it happen. Like you can't always like. I just don't like the excuse making anymore because, like, I mean, I've been there and I made the exact same excuses that every single fat person had ever made. It's like, oh, I have a slow metabolism, or I'm this, or I'm that. It's like it all comes down to like, no, dude, you don't. You're just you're just lazy. You don't have the time to go to the gym, or you got to find the time to go to the gym. You have to make a better meals. You know, you have to do more meal prep. You have to find something to do. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
No, I
Mystery,
agree.
you know what I mean?
Can I piggyback off of what Enrique said and what you said in school? But you are right. I do believe that fat cells have an easier time losing weight compared to a thin cell who's having a hard time gaining weight.
Well, and even if you're like, especially when you're as fat as I was, like it's actually easier to lose weight because like the amount of calories you have to eat to maintain 350 pounds is like astronomical. You know, when you would actually do your TDEE and you do your actual real you do your TDEE, you do your what they call your I think it's not your BMR, I believe. And you do those calculations and you figure out like obviously you could do this online. You can look up like like you put in your weight, your age, your height, and it'll tell you, hey, your TDE, your BMR, and it tells you, hey, this is how many calories you need to maintain your current weight. And that's like, what? When you look at that number, you're like, wait, I've been eating that much food for how long? Like, I've been doing that every single day to maintain 350 pounds. And when you realize how much food you've been eating, you kind of have to like have a come to Jesus moment. Like, I'm not saying just fucking do it here. I'm trying to explain how I did it. You know, like you have to get your TDE, figure that number out, and then go from there. Like it tells you this is how many calories I'm eating to maintain my current weight. And then you want to cut, 500 calories, 1,000 calories off of that, and that's what you need to like eat every day to like lose weight, something like that. Like you have to, like figure out. Yeah.
I had that come to Jesus moment too. It's like you keep a food diary, like a picture log of all the food you ate in a week, and then you just reflect back, and you're like, Jesus Christ, like I could feed 5 starving Ethiopians with this kind of food.
But I do the exact same thing. I usually try to eat at least 4 or 5 meals a day, but this shit is hard on the current budget. I've been trying to get a second job.
Yeah.
So for breakfast,
it's a different thing for skinny cells kind of gain. I'm just saying for fat cells, losing weight is just excuses like hope. Like it can be done.
Yeah, but do you think a skinny cell can make the exact same excuses as a fat cell? Oh, I got a fast metabolism or some shit like that?
Maybe. Depends on your genetics, really.
But just realize like you're blessed in the sense that being skinny isn't necessarily like anything terrible. Maybe if you're like legit underweight and you need like more meat on you because you're nothing but skin and bone. But yeah, like actually being skinny, possibly the way you are, that's actually your normal state. Like I think some skinny cells are just kind of like, oh, I need to pack on the pounds to look more attractive, but that necessarily might not be the case.
So you're saying 155, 160 is good BMI for a guy who's 5'10" to 6 feet?
I'm 6 feet.
Yeah, like I'm 5'10" and currently I'm like 245. Like I need to get down to like under 200 to be quote unquote normal.
I'm trying to get to 160, 170, bro. That's my main goal, dude. But I gotta just eat more and gain the weight.
You trying to Mike Tyson it?
What do you mean Mike Tyson it?
Yeah, but one thing I would say,
like a fucking bulldog or something. I don't know.
Yeah, one thing I would say that the missing component that everyone overlooks is getting enough sleep, dude. So like you put in the hours in the gym, that's good, but you also need to put more hours into sleep. Like that's when and your body composition change. So like my question is, are you getting enough sleep? Like legit 8-hour plus?
No, because what I did on Thursday, I went to the gym, came home, and hopped on Pluto streaming for a little bit, and I think Pluto was streaming that day, I think. And then I remember I just played video games the entire night with my friends. We played Rising Storm 2 Vietnam until like 4 o'clock in the morning. I fell asleep in front of my keyboard and then woke up and then went to work.
Yeah, that's not good.
I'd say you'll probably see some actual gains, like if you get proper 8 to 10 hours of sleep after putting in the workouts.
Oh, I'm retarded, man. I thought Gym Max, you could just Gym Max and then play games all night. Oh, okay. That's not how it works. Fuck.
Because your body's only gonna fix and repair itself while you're sleeping, so.
Oh, okay. I feel dumb.
Yeah, you look up like the basic stuff of like weight, of like muscle gain. Like, why would you not do that? That's like the first goal of any journey. Research your stuff. Like,
Oh, like
I would
he
also recommend melatonin supplement for helping sleep. But sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say I actually tend to lose more weight when I get proper sleep. Just I think sleep is one of the overlooked factors. Just saying.
It's the summertime too, which means I have more energy. Oh fuck, dude. God damn
Oh,
it.
but dude, last week was fucking hell for the West Coast. Like, that heat wave fucked up everything.
Yep.
Oh
I think
God.
I got like maybe 3 hours of sleep per night last week just during the weekday because of the fucking heat.
Jesus.
Yeah, and don't forget to turn out the TV and all the other shit. Else it'll put you in a lighter sleep cycle and ruin the point. But
Shit, dude.
yeah, let me throw my 2 cents like I actually exercise, but whatever.
Let's see. How do you trick your brain to eating less? How do you trick your brain to being motivated? It's not so much a trick as it is like I don't even know how to explain my own personal transformation. It was just like something that snapped in my mind, saying, "Hey, like I should lose weight now." Like it was seeing the evidence, seeing myself for who I truly was. And obviously, like anything, it's a process. Like I can't tell you what's going to make you motivated. I can't tell you what's going to make you in particular eat less food. But like I can only give you like my own personal story and then some like general guidelines from basic psychology and stuff like that. Like it takes a long time to break a habit, and it takes just enough time to break a habit as it did to acquire the habit. So you have to do you have to figure out what makes you motivated and what makes you want to eat less food. And, I can't tell every single individual person. So obviously it's an individual thing. You have to figure out okay, like what makes me want to get up in the morning and hit the gym at 6 o'clock in the morning and lose the weight, and when you want to maintain this diet for 8 months in order for me to lose the weight. I mean, I can't ever tell you what's that's going to be for you in particular.
Jack Tisson and sorry, I think he left on Mystery School and Guys Who Gym Max. Can you coom and be a gym master at the same time?
Right, I can answer this question. When it comes to NoFap, I've done it in several periods of my life. The longest I've ever lasted was 93 days.
God, you mogged me into oblivion. You mogged me. I lasted. I think I lasted like a month.
Well, yeah, I've had several long periods. There's a guy on the internet called 3D Alpha. I think I've mentioned him on this program before. He's the guy's a genius. He's an African American man, and he speaks. He's actually had some of the problems that you've had about gaining weight, Ronan.
Yeah.
He says he's got a fast metabolism, but if you actually look at his YouTube channel, the guy's jacked, and he's done it through a scientific method. I suggest you check his channel out.
What did he do?
He's got a theory called nucleus overload, which I can't really explain. But if you check his channel out, he explains it very well. Basically, it's about not worrying about.
Are you for Destiny?
Let him speak. Let Jack Tisson speak. Let him speak. What were you saying?
Yeah, he basically says that if you look at cultures where they're working their muscles all the time, every day, their muscles continually grow because they're constantly getting a workout. And he disputes the training methodologies that are handed down to us in this culture, where they say you've only got to work out a muscle group once a week. He said that's nonsense. Keep them going all the time, and you will see a greater growth. But he did a video on NoFap, and this guy is very scientific. He's got a very academic angle, and he explained NoFap in a very, very clever way. He said that essentially, there's no spiritual elements to this practice. It's not going to turn you into some kind of Gandhian figure. But what it does is if you jerk off, it decreases your dopamine over time. And what is dopamine? Dopamine is your motivation chemical. And if you don't jack off, and you retain your zinc, so to speak, you're more motivated. But the second thing it does is that if you jack off all the time, if you're a coomer, it lowers your testosterone. And what
shit. Okay,
what is testosterone? Testosterone is the chemical that makes you take risks. It makes you more alpha. It makes you more prepared to engage in activities which will benefit your life. But also when you jerk off all the time, you have a hormone release. I think it begins with M. You have to watch the video; it's fantastic. And this is the chemical that makes you lazy, apathetic, and basically just makes you into a zombie.
Talking about vasopressin or cortisol, like.
You have to check the video out, Jack. It's it's a chemical that makes you lazy, and if you see a Kuma, especially if they jerk off in the mornings, they're good for nothing all day, you know. So
the thing is about me though. Sorry, I do it at least three or 4 times a week because what happened was there's this bitch named Luna Star, and she keeps making new content, and I just can't resist. Like Jesus Christ, like. I can't stop.
Well, it's hard for an incel.
It's a computer. Just shut the screen down, God. Yeah.
That's a life right there, man. That's my imaginary life.
Now I gotta look this bitch up. Let me mute.
Man, what I'll say on what Tyson was saying. Yeah, you could not do that, you know, not jerk off or anything. It really just depends, like I said, because when you're tired anyways, when you're working out fully to the best in your maximum effort, jerking off is like a very secondary feeling. Like you kind of lose, like that dopamine has to be used up somewhere else, and you won't feel lazy and apathetic about jerking off if you're using all your dopamine on exercising. So you waste all that energy on exercise, and you won't even feel the necessity to do that. It's just what at least that's what I've experienced. Is, you know, I put my time into working out, and I just feel more addicted to working out than when I get home and I'm like, I don't feel like doing that, dude. And then I guess because I'm older too, I'm not sure if I'm like not getting horny anymore or something. But that's
the reason why I asked that question is because I TFM maxed. I brought a flashlight, which is the biggest mistake I ever make. I've been using that shit a lot to the point where I almost broke it. So I throw that shit in the trash.
Yeah, I know. For the NoFap stuff, like I think your testosterone peaks out at day 7 of like NoFap, and then I think at that point you don't get any more returns off of that. So almost like you could hey, every 7 days, you know, yank one out, and then you'll be back at baseline again and do it again. But it's probably better, obviously, because it's an addiction to some extent. When you keep, you know, fapping, coming, and fucking watching porn all fucking day long. So like, you need to find a way to break that habit to some extent too.
Yeah. Right. And from the spiritual side of things, which also leads into the physical, there's also books like Man Tech Chia with Multi-Orgasmic Man, where you don't just leave the energy there lazily, but you actually just read it. But basically, as I said, you would actually use the energy instead of just leaving it dormant. But it'll also it wouldn't tire you out. If you ever read that book, you'll understand. But I suggest you pick it up.
Yeah,
you can be horny for the rest of your life on NoFap. So.
Yeah, and the thing is about me, like I'm one of those. Since I'm 21, my hormones are raging. Like little things get me off. Like I'll see like a cute Puerto Rican liquor store buying some Hennessy, and she has on like yoga pants, like a big ass, and hoop earrings, and my shit gets hard as fuck, and it stays hard for like an hour. It's so dumb.
If it wasn't that way, we would have gone extinct long ago.
Wow.
But if you were like 100 years ago, you had like so many fucking children by now.
Like it's weird. Like you ever had that happen to you, Jack Nickelback, where you see a girl like that's really attractive out in public, and you stay hard for the entire day?
No, because I don't have any hope left.
Oh.
I see a hot bitch. I'm like, oh shit, she's probably a fucking troublemaker. Let me leave this bitch alone.
Like it's horrible, man. I fucking hate it.
Yeah, I agree with disagreeable. Let's move on from the dick topic.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of gay. Yeah.
I'm gonna cycle somebody out. This guy wants to join. See who he is. Kevin Reynolds. I see you on my chat all the time. Are you real or not? Hey, are you like actually a real person? Because you always talk about fucking going to conventions and fucking trying to get fucking girls. I don't know what you're dealing, but it's like your main comment. Kevin, are you real or not?
I can't hear everybody like loud or
You can't hear the stream, yeah? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
You gotta turn off the YouTube stream.
Yeah, turn off the stream and then turn off the stream. I'm not sure what audio stream you're using, but yeah, don't.
I can't really hear you.
Wait,
really?
In the thing? Oh.
You can't hear us? Wait, you mean you can't hear us like on the stream? But you can't hear us from? We can hear you fine. Like.
Okay. Okay, I think I can hear you now.
Can you hear us now? Can you hear us fine or now?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, good.
I can't hear him at all.
Really?
I can.
I can hear him fine.
Yeah,
okay,
I
Kevin.
hear you fine.
Y'all can?
Kevin,
I cannot hear him.
If you're actually real or not,
That's
if you're actually a legitimate dude, tell us. So, what's your deal with these, like, every time you post something in my stream, you're always talking about going to conventions or some shit. What's up with that?
I don't know.
What's your story? Well, what's your story, my dude? Because like, it's always that comment. I'm like, what the fuck is up with this guy? Is he a bot? I'm like, I'm not lying. Are you a fucking bot? Like,
what's a com? Wait, what comments does he be leaving?
He always leaves comments like, "Hey, it's getting harder at conventions to get girls." I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. I can't see them now because I'm not looking on my thing. Yeah, always that comment. Yeah, he always talks about alternative girls. Yeah, it's like his main thing.
Right. All right. I'm gonna ask the real question here. Have you fucked a cosplay Stacy?
That's hilarious.
No.
I'm seriously intrigued. Shit.
No.
All right.
So I was gonna say,
you were a legend, bro.
So, Kevin Reynolds, tell us your story. What's your story here? Why are you here?
Can't get that.
All right, let's just have a normal conversation.
At least it's an honest answer. At least it's an honest answer. This is an honest answer. I'll tell the guy.
Oh Jesus!
Are
you okay, Kevin? Like you're kind of like you're not saying a lot. I don't know.
Yeah.
You have anything you want to contribute to the conversation we were talking about earlier, or anything you want to add? Any insights?
Nah.
Are you high? Kevin is high at the K. Are you high?
Yo, what have you been smoking? Like, pass me some of that copium.
Yeah, copium, one of the two, dude, because you're on something. I'll tell you what, Kevin. When you come on next time, make sure you're fucking sober, all right, buddy? How about that? There you go. When you come on next time, make sure you're fucking sober. Sounds good to me.
Your racist ass and kicked out wrong for this.
It's all good, man. It's all good. That dude was probably high on something.
Kevin.
I was like, what the fuck? I don't know what he's on. I was like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, you gonna say anything? Like,
what were we talking about?
Yo, dude,
fucking, we were on something else. No
dude,
fast and shit. Yeah.
Dwalux, dude, you motivate me, man. Like, I feel like by the time we're done, like losing the weight, you're looking like high shot checking. You're so buff ass Asian dude. It's like,
Jack Tyson's thing about nucleus overload. Basically, overworking one muscle. It's like you could call it like if you were gonna do push-ups every day for days or biceps or something, would explode. Just make sure you're getting your recovery time and whatnot. So.
Yeah,
what about nutrition though?
But I find that like difficult to achieve because that would mean if you're trying 2 muscles per day type thing.
Yo, but I'm not gonna lie, I was trying to One Punch Man max, dude. Like, but you gotta start small. So it's like 10 push-ups, 10 squats, 10, sit-ups and crunches, and then do like a, quarter-mile run, and do that for like a week. I did a quarter mile. I did 10 push-ups. The next day I was hurting. I was like, fuck this. It's like It's so hard to motivate yourself.
So you got to the first part of the Rocky montage and just stopped.
What you gotta do, fellas, listen to music. So what I do, right? Buy Disturbed's album called Indestructible and Asylum. Those two albums by Disturbed, and listen to that shit while gym maxing. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah.
It is hard to motivate yourself. It's like, what are you doing? For me, it's more off of the activity. I don't know why.
No. I think actually you're blessed, Enrique, because you actually have a legit, like, wage slaving job where you have to move.
Huh?
Like, that's actually a really good thing because, lifting heavy weights and moving them, that's literally your gym selling for your work. It's like two birds with one stone.
Yeah, it definitely helps a lot to be already be active at your job. It adds a lot to your calories when it comes to burning calories.
Works to an extent. I'm like, all it.
All right, cool. Ascension through slave labor.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even look like I'm 260, so I think whatever I'm doing is working. But
God, you're lucky, bro. I wish I was that size. Fuck, dude.
But
bro.
maybe besides it being physical every day, it's just, well, it takes its own toll. So regardless, I'll be going back to the gym. I just haven't hit the gym in a month. All I do is like ride my bike to work now because I have long hours and shit. But I know it's going to pay off in the future, or at least I think it will if I'm overworking my heart, right? I'll be fit in the future and whatnot.
Yeah, I got the good news. Like,
I was actually thinking of taking like boxing once it does slow down. Like, just to get a hobby. Like,
yeah, but the thing is, I have a hobby. I am active. Like I skate max. Okay, like I actually do tricks and shit, but that's not enough. I have to actually be physically in shape.
Really?
Yeah, I have an Instagram page and everything.
Yeah, skateboarding's a big good exercise.
Yeah, like I pull up to the park, and like every time a girl comes to the park, it turns into a fucking clown show because everyone wants to become Tony Hawk. As soon as a girl in short shorts and a crop walks in.
Yes, we know this is why we do not allow women to stay here.
Skateboarding could be a good. I'm just
competition.
Way more into bike riding.
Like I remember, like I did a heel flip and then went down the ramp, listening to music, and then I tapped the top of my board. Because of coping up the ramp and came back down. And then the other guy said, "Can I go?" And I'm like, "Sure," because we take turns using the ramp and shit. And this Floyd walked in, and she didn't have an actual skateboard. This bitch had a penny board, some Converses, some like high socks, and some short shorts. And it went. We changed X Games real quick. I was trying to do backside heel flips over trash cans. One guy ended up busting his head open, like trying to impress her. So dumb.
Yeah, I noticed that when women go on incel streams as well, the guys start acting.
Don't even get me started.
It's a competition, dude.
Fucking every Manosphere stream, incel or not, just.
Oh, Enrique left and came back. Okay.
Like it's so dumb. And
it's border subconscious. You don't even realize you're doing that shit half the time.
Like doing what?
Trying to impress people. I mean, trying to impress women. Sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
No, sorry, Jack. Sorry. Did anyone see that Jester Maxim video that I uploaded last week?
I know you had videos. Oh shit.
No, I'm gonna check it out, dude.
Right. Well, I'll upload it. I can explain it to you as well. There was this. I assume he's like a Mexican kid. He's in his early 20s, and he's born with this condition where he hasn't got femur bones. So he's the guy's about 2 foot, 2 to 3 foot, and this guy is genetically he's very, very bad. He's got a very bad situation. And during the course of this video, you see this guy trying to impress people so he can gain entry into their social groups. and they basically just take the piss out of him. You know, one of the parts of the video is just terrible. You know, they put him in this tire, and you know he's a little guy, and they roll him down the hill, and they all have a laugh, and this guy thinks that by Gestamaxing, he you know, he's increasing his social value. And throughout this video, this guy does all these series of pranks, and after the pranks, he tries to gain access to females, and it always gets refused. And you see him get refused 2 or 3 times during the video, and it just sort of hits home to you that sometimes your genetics are that bad. And God bless this guy, you know, I feel for him, but your genetics are that bad. It doesn't matter what you do, you're never going to get a woman. You know.
No,
brutal black though.
It's like properly done. It just boosts status, but unless you're like fucking Eddie Murphy or something on stage, you're not gonna get that much of a benefit. It's like properly done. You'd have to like already be like at the line, and it would just push you over. But if you like, you know, the standard 4'11" balding Indian janitor, then you probably fuck. You could probably funny your way into the friend zone if you're that low. Be honest.
Yeah, the friend zone is you know, that is one of the worst places a man can be. And I heard something today how to deal with this, and you know, it's a really clever thing to say to a woman that's friend zoning you. And do you know what that is?
Nope.
It breaks the friend zone straight away. If you've got a woman and she's friend zoning you, when you arrange to meet next time, say to her, "Can you please wear something cute for me?"
See, it depends on what girl you're around. Because me and Black Ronald, we know you say that to the like wrong kind of chick, your ass getting roasted on the spot. Like,
yeah,
you going back home crying, basically.
And no cap.
Yeah,
like,
I've been roasted by girls badly, bro. Like, there's times I get roasted by girls so badly, I just go home, take off my clothes on the porch, take a shower, and go to bed. Like, because the roast is that bad, it just sticks with you when you go in the house.
Yeah, of course, like. Go ahead.
Oh. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Enrique. Go ahead.
No, I wasn't gonna say nothing like relevant. I was just gonna be like, of course, like you could roast them back, but like still though, you kind of learn like with social cues and stuff. You learn what to say to who. That's all.
Yeah, like I never got roasted like that because I was always smart enough to mind my own fucking business. So, yeah.
Drawlux, I dropped band names. Listen to we're working out in the private chat. So Avenged Sevenfold, Disturbs, good to listen to. Demon Hunter, Hatebreed, Godsmack. Those are good bands to listen to while working out. Linkin Park of Soy.
if you want rock. Yeah.
Oh, Jack Thiessen, put a link to your channel or the videos that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not my channel, my friend. It's somebody else's. I'll link it up. I'll put it up. I'll put it up right away.
Yeah, I'm working on a PUA video right now, but man, I'm losing motivation to make videos too.
It's hard, dude. Like, it's just hard to get any motivation nowadays. Like, I don't know if it's the boredom of things, or if it could be anxiety, kind of like diverting your intention of doing things somewhere else. You know, it's like so much going on in the world, and you're just like, I don't really know if I want to put focus on like what I want to do when I should be focusing on, you know, whatever propaganda or whatever. Or you're bored, or you're just bored, and you're like, wow, I've been doing this for like 20 years already. And like, I don't know, I just don't get excitement out of it sometimes.
I think for me, it's like when I'm motivated to make a video, it's like, oh, I watch something kind of like impactful, and I'm like, okay, you know, I need to chop this up and slice and dice and edit it and put it together. So it's like you're motivated. But yeah, when I write down stuff like, oh, I need to make a video on this topic, it's like, it's more like a research project. So it's kind of like, ugh, you know what
I mean?
I
It feels like homework sometimes, you know, like.
yeah.
I get you, because like if you're, I mean, like, because this type of topic is not something anybody loves anyways, you know. Love it, so it's hard to even get motivation from it. But yeah, it's like it's something you love. Obviously, it's going to be easy to do. Like I bet you can make a video off like computer language or whatever, like a video off of like just philosophy or something, like, whatever interests you. But like this is obviously just these topics here are obviously like just something that I don't know.
I mean, like, I'm always really interested in learning more about like human nature, human psychology, sociology, various things about like what makes human beings tick, and that's really where I get most of my like inspiration from. It's like, oh yeah, I wonder how this works. I'll research a topic and try to present the topic to the audience in a PowerPoint slide. I want to call it just kind of as like a research project for me anyway. It helps me like reinforce my idea to figure out, okay, is this data correct? Is it not correct? Stuff like that. So like, it's always fun for me. I always get fun out of the idea because I've always had a big interest in psychology to begin with. Anyway, so yeah.
Sorry, my nephew was being annoying again. Sorry about that. Birth control. If you guys ascend, remember to use it.
Yeah, I'll be really sure to remember that fucking infinite years from now when I reincarnate. Fuck. Damn.
Nah, man, this is your reincarnation.
No sex, no motivation.
Well, that shouldn't be your only motivator.
They get ignored.
Snuggles shouldn't be your only motivator, dude. Like, motivate yourself, dude. Like music plays a huge factor. I'm telling you, listen to music while gym max. You're listening to music to drown out the bullshit out your job. It does help. It sounds cope. It sounds cringe, but it does help.
It does, like, still though, like, just as somebody who's dealt with depression, like, it is absurdly hard to start from zero and just invent a fucking reason. And I'm not saying it's impossible or whatever, but yeah, you can't just hand wave that shit.
Yeah,
so I get negative. Okay, how do I stop this inner urge to just die?
Yeah, I would almost say like you're just trying to like all you're doing is that you're just diverting your attention away from that urge, but the urge is still there, like whether you like it or not. Like, and whether you even know it or not, your primary urge is still to like reproduce and pass on your genes, whether you want to admit that shit or not. Like, you're just rationalizing in your head. Oh, I can use something else to get around this. But like, no, it's just rationalization. You can rationalize your way into any position you want, but at the end of the day, you're still doing it as a way to like try to pass on your genes and pass on your legacy.
Yeah.
So, someone on that on the chat just said that ugly men don't get friend zoned. You know that. I think guys who are under average looks, it's highly likely you're gonna get friend zoned. You know,
I've been friend zoned. It sucks, dude. I've had girls I had a girl literally tell me that I'm the black brother, not even black, but I'm the black cousin she never had.
Oh, that's awful. That's awful. How long was you friend zone for, Black Ronan?
Pretty much since 8th grade.
No, but I mean, as an adult, have you actually had like a brutal friend zoning experience?
Yeah, there was this girl I met at GameStop. We exchanged our PSN names. We played video games together, and then we started like I would talk to her every time she goes to the GameStop. So one day we're talking on in party chat, and I heard her boyfriend like in the background. I was that hurt me, man. She literally said, "Oh, next time don't bite too much."
You know, I had one in my early 20s. There was this blonde girl, and she come around to my apartment, and I you know, at the time I might have been the most blue-pilled man in the world, and I thought if I just show her, you know, what a good guy I am, she will get with me, and she was coming around my apartment, and I had a friend, and this guy wasn't a Chad. He was just slightly better looking than I am, and she started telling me that she found him attractive. So what? This is how bad it got. That she said to me, "Can you set us both up?"
F in chat. Jesus.
Being this blue pill guy that I was, I thought if I set her up with my friends, then she'll see I'm a really good guy, and after she realizes that, you know, he ain't for her, then she'll get with me afterwards, you know. And you know, she did get with this guy for a little while, and you know, she lost all respect for me as well. So that kind of friend zoning. I do believe that if a man is being friend zoned, and you should make it clear straight away, in the early stages that you don't want to be her friend. And I think that's why that advice is pretty good. If you see yourself slipping into the friend zone, make a subtle comment. Say to her, I like you. Don't have to say something explicit, but say, I really like the way you look in that dress you wear.
I can't do that.
Depends on how she takes that. If she takes that as like a gay friend giving her advice, I don't know.
Well, say you say that you really fight. It turns you on. Make a comment that you clearly see her in as a potential partner, because
basically you're saying go mode 1. And mode 1, for those that don't know, is to be basically directly sexual for women who give you actual indicators of interest. And disagreeable, I'm not saying I agree or whatever. I'm just saying that's literally what mode 1 is. Like,
well, it's better than being friend zone, Jack. It rips you apart.
No, I'm with disagreeable on this. Don't give these bitches shit free, including attention.
But one was also really fucked up, dude. One of my friends from community college, right? He's not gonna watch this shit. So his name's Zach, right? This mulatto dude. This girl that we used to work with would literally brag about fucking other dudes to him.
It's his fault for letting her talk.
That's
Yeah, the way you got to play the game now. You can't give anything for free. Like, everything is reciprocal.
Yeah, and here's the last thing on the cake, though. She's of Middle Eastern Iraqi descent. If she pulled that shit in her home country, she'll get beheaded if she did that shit in her home country.
Yeah, because all women are hoes. I told you, me and Riley are right.
She's Middle Eastern, but she's very like a white passing, and she'll brag about how she sucked dick on the weekend, how she did X, Y, and Z. So me and this dude Zach, we're sitting in the lounge at the community college. I'm like, what?
And you should have told her to either suck your dick or leave. So,
see, I just wish I could take girls like that and put them in ISIS territory and tell the warlords about all the slutty ass shit they do and see what they do to them.
Yeah, this is a legit story from one of my friends who got friend zoned, but he eventually did get with her. And the way it happens is if she friend zone you, like, that's it. Like, you got to be smart enough to recognize it, walk away from her completely, and disappear. Like, literally just disappear. And then the way he told me he did it was, never talk to her for like over 2 years. And people change over that time. So in her mind, she basically, made up her mind that he was in Chad, not worth having, basically a beta orbiter to keep around. But then when he met her again, he was like probably more lean max, better looking, had a job and everything. So now she viewed him completely different. And that's how it literally is. Like, you just got to disappear and then maybe come back better. Just saying.
100%.
Never make assumptions with these.
Oh, Jack, Nickelback, speaking of friend zone, you ever been like friend zone because of your race? You ever had a girl say, "Oh, if you were not black, I'd date you"?
No, because I ain't really interact outside of my race that much.
I've had a bitch say that to me to my face. It was the most backhanded compliment ever. She said, "Oh, I wish I could." She said, "I wish you weren't black, so your family could, so her family could accept me." I'm like, "Fuck you and thank you." Like, I don't know what to say about that. Like
I wouldn't either. Like, if he weren't such a nigger, we could think like that's basically how it sounds. But
Jesus.
Shit. If some woman said that to me, she said to me, if you weren't a white man, I would go with you. The automatic response is, fuck you.
Has that ever happened in history? Like, shit.
Yo, Nickelback question: is there anything that's considered like an emotion unconditional? Like I just want to hear your answer. Like, what would you say is unconditional between humans that we just kind of agree upon? Like, and it's obviously not love, because I think we I think you would view love as something that would be transact. My bad, y'all.
Yeah, go ahead, Enrique.
No, yeah. I said I think you would view love as being transactional. I would assume, or like any friendship or relationship to be transactional in a way.
In a sense, there's always giving and taking, but it's not always giving and taking of items. It's also giving and taking of emotions, I guess. But trying to think of shit on the spot. Just basically don't do anything where you don't see a personal benefit, even if the personal benefit is just feeling a certain way. Goddamn it, you can't just assume you're going to get later benefits from an interaction. That system is done. Either the interaction itself or the transaction is beneficial right there, or you're just fooling yourself. That's how you got to handle it now.
I mean, Jack, have you heard about these women that friend zone guys, and they use these guys as financial resources as well?
Yeah,
you know,
I've fucking been there before.
This is the golden rule. And I mean, when I was doing this online dating, I was trying to lift myself out of inceldom, so I was using Asian online dating sites, and I was doing it for a bit of validation as well. I was trying to lift myself out of depression, and 1 in 3 of these women, they're asking you for money straight away. And I've heard that in Western countries, a lot of these girls who have got lots of beta orbiters, they're asking them for money left, right, and center, and they're making quite a bit of money out of these guys, and they're thinking, if I give her $200, she might like me, or if I pay for a car payments 1 month, and maybe she might give me some sex sometime,
Yeah, they're paying for hope.
Yeah, you're not even getting anything out of it. You're not getting anything out of it. You're literally just being used.
And the worst thing about something like that is the girl might not even know it's fucked up. She might not think she's screwing you over. She might literally just be thinking, yeah, men give me things. That's just what men do.
It's sick.
No, hold on. Wait. I've talked to somebody that's worked like she was I guess I would call her Stacy because she wasn't ugly at all. But
I gotta go, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay?
No, you won't.
All right.
Chill out, mate.
We're not streaming tomorrow, but I'll see you.
But she was how it is to be like a waiter, I guess, and trying to balance conversations with people, because you want to give each customer as much attention as possible that you get tipped. So she was the thing about that is you tend to view actual communication with people or humans in more of a transactional base. Okay, I gotta go to this other person, give them some attention, make sure they feel good, make sure I can ensure my tip. And she just kind of was like, I hate the fact that some jobs or maybe some professions, especially just being a regular waitress, just I had to trade being nice and whatnot to get money out of it, basically. It's because that carries over to actually talking to people and socializing. And she was just I hate viewing that just having a regular conversation, I have to feel like I have to get paid for it or any kind of way. And it's not like she was super dumb or unaware of it. She was just straight up admitting that doing the type of work that is, I guess, meant for socializing or whatever can be it could take that a type of effect on you. It's like in my job, if I'm nice to the customer and I take care of their stuff and I have a good attitude, I might get it. But really, I could be a dick the whole time and be like, no, we're not taking that. We're not taking that. We're only taking the heavy furniture, It's really weird because I think it carries over to how they communicate with people, because most women are waitresses, dude, or they're in some sort of business of, they're in the business of socializing of some sort. You know what I mean? Like customer service or something.
Yeah.
And that's where I think it may be over from where I'm not saying everybody's just a yes, some chicks are completely aware that it's not like no, some chicks will play you for that, but there has to be I'm not sure if there is any way to stop that because it's based off either a job or a transaction that's been occurring since some guys think if you pay for their time or whatever, you do shit like that will ensure you a guaranteed spot with Bloom or some shit. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I think friend zoning is like it's the way that it's the central way that females gain power over men. You know, it's like them flexing a certain type of muscle over males.
It's the projection of the hope of sex.
Yeah, of course,
but we as men could do the power move, and I'm not saying not give a shit, but literally not. I mean, obviously not care. Like, don't get me wrong. Some chicks do get devastated if they're like, "What's wrong with this dude? Oh, he doesn't give a shit at all. Like he's not even giving me any attention." And that's, I'm not saying that's a phenomenon, but like that even hurts us or like works on us too when a chick doesn't give us their time of day or something. You know what I mean?
Well, can I ask you on this question? Sorry, Jack.
Like the only problem is we're subconsciously, like, instinctually motivated to respond to that shit, like without us even knowing. That's like even why we don't have women here is because like subconsciously we respond to like just their presence and shit. So you'll be doing shit subtly you won't even know. But go ahead, Jack Sisson.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, it's so insincere as well when it comes to friend zoning. You know, I can ask you an honest question, Jack. Have you ever had an interaction with a female who wasn't a family member, where you wasn't really thinking that you'd like to have sex with her?
Yeah,
and the answer is no. The answer is no. Yeah, all men, we're driven to want to have sex with every single fertile woman that we meet, and you know, this insincerity about being friends of a woman is it's off the chart nonsense, and every female knows that that males don't want to be their friends, and I think the only defense you've got against being friend zoned and having your resources exploited, you know, emotional, financial, it is just to set down some ground rules and say, you know, I'm never going to give a woman money. You know, if I'm married to a woman, yeah, I'll give her some money. But you know, if there's no commitments to her, she's not getting a penny out of me.
No, it's beyond money. Trust me, I didn't have money, and then I ended up on the bad side of a friend zone a few times. Look, yeah. I'll define what the friend zone is for all these people because I've kind of been through it. It doesn't matter whether you intend to be or not. It's just a matter of whether you exchange things for a woman without equivalent exchange back. Like whether you get nothing back or getting underpaid. That's the friend zone. This is simple as fucking that. So even if you had the best of intentions going in, like, yeah, I'm a saint, whatever, I'm helping out people, you're still in the friend zone, and subconsciously it's still gonna fuck with you. So it doesn't matter whether it's attention or money or fucking sitting there and hearing a phone call. It doesn't matter. That all counts on the tab. If you're not getting equivalent service back, don't do it. And don't assume you're gonna get equivalent stuff back. You have to like have that shit prearranged. Like, hey, can you take me to the movies later? Okay, yeah, that's about $35 and 15 extra for gas. Unless you like that OG about it, don't do it. If it don't feel comfortable, don't do it. If it don't seem like it add up, don't do it. Don't do anything that doesn't seem like it's gonna benefit you.
Exactly.
Or at least break even. That's fucking simple. And that's how you're gonna have to operate for the rest of your fucking life.
100%, you know.
Yeah, have to agree.
Yeah, very true.
I got burned from friend zoning back in the blue pill days, something too. I think Jack Thiessen, you're right. Like everything is probably more transactional. If you're not getting a mutual benefit out of it, then there is no point.
Well, yeah, and you'll find that's the truth for any sort of relationship you have to begin with. Your bosses, even your friends to some extent. Yeah, even your friends. you might give them more leeway to some extent, but like, you know, you expect like you're around your friends because you get something out of it, you know, like.
Yeah, but even with your male friends, like everybody has an understanding, like, okay, yeah, he helped me out. Yeah, I got to help him back later. I got to stay
Exactly.
have his back. With women, that shit doesn't exist.
Yeah, the understanding of the equivalent exchange or something better, or you know, I scratch your back, you scratch mine later on. Then it's like, yeah, it doesn't exist in that.
If you give some shit to a woman, you just gave it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's just because they think their presence is a freaking like worth their value.
Reward. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I've bestowed upon you my presence and my time, and that is valuable. Maybe it's valuable to the guys that you like, you know, the guys that pay for your time and whatnot. But when you meet obviously guys that are just sick of being in that like predicament, you're going to start experiencing the opposite side, because I'm not sure how long it'll take for some guys to like, you know, start catching up and just getting sick of it. It didn't take me too long. I honestly, it like took me 1 year, and it wasn't like I was dating too much. It was just like I noticed a trend. I already had that mentality when I was young, and I was like, yeah, no, you know, no more. Like I'm just not gonna waste my time unless there's some mutual understanding here. And even then, they just don't. They're like, "Oh, well, aren't we friends?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, you're not a good friend. You hardly do anything for me. You don't do anything for me that I can't do for myself." And even my good friends offer their time and come through for me, but you just come through out of convenience for you, where we make time for each other, whether it's not the best of a convenience or anything. And it's just really weird. It's a really weird, not friendship based. It's just different gender dynamics or whatever, like between y'all. Cause
yeah. I mean, if you've got a sort of like a thing going with a woman, and she's texting you, you know, and she's and you're going out together. You know, maybe you're going out and you know doing things together once a week or twice a week. You know, she's staying around your place, and all the different things that constitute, you know, a male and a female being friends. At the end of the day, you should be having sex with her. I know it sounds really, really degenerate. It sounds terrible. It sounds
that's how you got to approach it now. There's like the indirect approach has no value anymore. And
that's you know. I've been there.
Alan Roger Curry was right. I didn't believe that motherfucker, but direct is the only method now.
Yeah, that's kind of like oh, go ahead. Jack.
No, yeah, he said some Jack Nickelback said it there, and I didn't even think about it. Like that's why I think a lot of guys are just direct nowadays. They're like, hey, do you want to have sex or something? Like, and then they complain about, well, why are guys only looking for this? It's like, no, there's no point in being indirect. Why are we hiding around the bush? Like, you know?
This reminds me of the conversation I had last week with Blackpool Jay and Jack Nickelback. We were like talking about how like it's true. Like you have to like. I mean, I'm on these dating apps, and it's very true. You kind of have to like cut to the chase within like almost like immediately. Like, hey, what are we looking for here? Or you ask them in a different way in order to probe them to say, hey, am I going to get sex out of this, or this going to be another bullshit encounter? I pay for a date and then you ghost me after like one day. You know, like one of those things.
Yeah, like if anybody doubts me for what I'm saying, then go up to your local fucking school or some shit and mop that bitch from top to bottom and hope you get paid like a janitor.
Like yeah, like they just waste your fucking time. Like they waste so much fucking time. And it's like, okay, like and the sad part is like this is a market of their own making. Like the reason why men behave this way is because they remove the incentive to actually wait. Like so like because you fuck around and you waste so much time, okay, now men have to change their strategy in order to figure out, okay, who's fucking with me and who's actually real about this shit. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, it's just a logical outcome now.
I just remember this whole conversation. Remembered one of the blue pill moments back in the day. I was gonna add like I met this chick at work, and then you know she was cool. We just had conversations and whatever. And then I can't remember what it was. Like the conversation went to the point where she had something, and she said she could lend it to me. I don't know if it was a movie or some DVD or some shit. But I was like, yeah, I really wanted that to see. I think it was a movie, so I was like, yeah, I would like to borrow that. If I was blackpilled, I'd be like, yeah, can you bring that to work tomorrow, and then we could just exchange it. And she was like, "Oh, I need a ride today. Like, why don't you like come over to my place and this and that." So I'm like, whatever. This could lead to some curring up some favor or whatever. I shit you not. It was like fucking rush hour traffic. I had to spend like 2 hours extra because it's like completely opposite direction. And then when I get to a place, she's like, "Oh, I can't find it. I don't know where it is." And then I had to drive back another 2 fucking hours back. So I wasted like fucking almost 4 hours of my time. And it was like after that day, it was just like I never even spoke to her.
Yeah, we don't. When you've got a situation where you've got a female that's selected you as a beta orbiter, you could spend months, listening to her phone calls. If you're really blue pill, giving her money, listening to all her problems, and all, and you're making yourself ill sometimes, emotionally, because you've got this sense of inertia. And as crude as this sounds, you're better off from the start. If you're just, because essentially you're just looking for sex. It's just to say to her, look, straight away, I don't do female friends. The only liaisons I have with females is if they're my girlfriend. And then if she turns around and says to you, you're only after one thing, go, yeah, that's the I basically am, and then just get rid of her, and then go to an escort. Because if you go to an escort, you're getting exactly what you want, and you haven't got all the nonsense in between, And I do think that the friend zone phenomenon, it's something that's only really exists in the last few decades. I don't think this happened 100 years ago. I think this is something that's emerged because of how FUCKED society has become.
You can curse from this stream, dude. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
there we go.
Friend zone is just males being delusional for some, hopium that maybe I could get laid with her one day, but that one day is never gonna come.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
It's the same thing as before when I was talking about, people hover around because they hope Chad dies and they get a chance. It's basically a function of the same kind of behavior. Yeah, I hope the other guys drop off and I'll be there to pick up on the rebound. But it's not true.
It doesn't work out that way. It's not like that.
Yeah. I mean, when I was on these Asian dating sites, I had the first experience in my life of what it must be like to be a Chad, and what I learned from that experience is it made me even more black pilled. If a female's really interested in you,
Yo, Jack, not to cut you off, but when you go to the Asian dating sites and then you go to the testimonial section, like, "Oh, I found my husband, blah blah blah, through this site." Like, have you noticed like all the pictures are JBW? Just saying.
Yeah,
There is no Asian woman, Asian male couple pictures on there. It's literally 99% JBW pictures.
Yeah, I mean, I decided against it, Drulax. I did have a couple of offers, and I decided against it because I didn't want a situation where, potentially I could form a family and then I've got children with identity crisis, So I didn't do it in the end. But I did have that experience of feeling like a Chad, and I can relate this back to Western world. If a female doesn't make have the initiative, she isn't the one calling you, she isn't the one suggesting you do things, and and showing her interest, and she's not really interested, and if you've got a friend zone experience, she wasn't interested in you from the beginning, so you're just literally going down a very, very stupid road. And I think Jack Nickelback's right. Never ever give a woman money. And I think that make that a firm thing in your mind. If a woman asks you for money, no.
Oh, never. and to elaborate on the statement, I didn't say money. I said anything.
You're right.
Yeah, you can't give
even
them a
looking
date.
in that bitch's way is a favor. That's
yeah.
Talking on the phone, anything.
MGTOW.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That's very true.
A fucking 911 call if her house is on fire. You got to charge that bitch $15. That's
yes, $20.
It's attention. All it is attention is currency.
Yeah, yes. I'm sick of the way the world works. It's like,
but I would say this though, even among family members, like when family asks for money, like I guess if it's your immediate family, you know, it makes sense to help them out. But just know, even large sums of money, it's like think of it as a favor, and you're never gonna see your money back. Because all this money lending business is the fastest way to deteriorate any relationship, regardless of close family or just strangers.
Yeah, it's either gift or nothing, pretty much.
Yeah, so like, you know, if my mom asks me for money, it's like I'm giving it to her out of like complete favor. It's like, here you go. I don't care if you're gonna pay me back or not, you know. I think that's the way to go because as soon as you start holding grudges, it's over, man.
Drilux, you're 5'10", right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty tall, especially for an Asian guy. That's pretty tall. You know, I mean, you definitely got the height to see Max when you finally leave the West. You know, I assume that you're a shorter. The 5'10" is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think I was lucky. Got some good nutrition or genetics when I came here, or not genetics, I should say, but nutrition.
Yeah, I mean, in the Philippines, you're like 6 inches taller than the average guy.
Yeah, like if I didn't come to the U.S. and assumed you lived the life in the rice lands, like you probably wouldn't grow as taller. Like definitely coming to America makes you fat, and the food is like poison.
Yeah,
you gotta go watch your way to eat healthy. It's not gonna happen naturally over here. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry, Jack. Jack, I'm always interrupting, Jack. Sorry.
No, that was all I had to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dulax. I mean, when you finally leave the decadent West and you go to the Far East, I think your chances of escaping inceldom are going to be quite high due to your height. I always assumed that you were a lot shorter, Dulux, you know, but you're actually quite a tall guy, especially for an Asian. 5'10" is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I could probably buy some lifts and make it to 6 foot, but that'll probably look a little way unnatural.
5'10's enough. I mean, the guys that I saw in London, the Asian guys that I saw in London, they're only 5'8", 5'9", you know.
Yeah, like man, this height thing is fucking brutal. It's like everywhere you go.
Just don't go to Holland, Dulax. Just don't go there ever.
Oh yeah, I know. They mog everybody to oblivion.
Oh.
Literally getting mogged at my job because we keep hiring more people. It's like these football build guys are like 6'1", 6'2". It's like, well, I'm just your average 20-year-old main protagonist. And I'm like, no, you're fucking not. You're like a fucking mutation of the genetic lottery or some shit. And I'm like,
where are you at where they're hiring fucking JoJo characters and shit? What the fuck?
Well, yeah.
Is it because you're like in the moving company, so they tend to hire like, you know, well built?
Well, at this point, because it's summertime, these new guys coming in are actually young. They're like 21, 22, and they're just they're just built. Like, yeah, they're built. I mean, for whatever reason, they're joining, and I'm like, that's cool and all, but like, I'm looking at them like, shit, dude. I've been working out and working as long as you probably have. You just got the genetic lottery, like literally fucking making me feel inferior as shit. Which is like whatever. It's not that bad because I'm like, well, I don't really give a shit. Like, because it's all in like how far you could go. I guess like in this job, it's like basically who tires out first and who could keep going with a freaking smile on their face. So I mean, these guys are all cool. They're just all young, and I don't know if they're like on the same mentality I'm on because I don't think they are. I think they have pretty good lives and shit. So I don't know. But it's just the fact that they're here, and I'm like, yo, y'all are full all this, and in this job, like I said, they're always just trying to get bodies. I'm not sure if they're even gonna last long because they're young. They're just gonna do this for part time. Realize why should I work hard when I can just get another job? Work less hard. That's all it is. I just don't want to deal with damn, bro, like I'm getting mobbed by you while working, and that shit's gonna suck. Because I'm like, that's almost the reason why I left my last company. And so I'm not gonna leave it for this time because they're paying me pretty good here, but it's a pain in the ass to deal with. It's like a constant reminder.
But if you're like 5'10" and 250 pounds, I mean, you're still a big guy, aren't you?
No, I'm 5'11", but like even then, it's like, well, like, yeah, I'm a pretty big guy. Like, even these guys are coming in and telling me, yo, you just work out this morning? Like these younger built dudes. And I'm just like, no. But at the end, I don't know. It's a sort of, I don't want to call it an insecurity. It's just like you know who looks better in terms of physique and maybe looks. And I'm just like, I'm not there. So that's just all it is. It's like not a realization, but it's like, yeah, you're younger, stronger, and better than me in every way. So that's how I view it.
Yeah, I think you and I probably have a similar build because you're like what 5'11", 250?
260. But yeah, we probably do if you're like, yeah, like that weight too.
Yeah, and 3 months ago I was 275. So
holy shit.
Yeah, and then yesterday I met up with one of my coworkers, and we've been working remote, so I don't think we've seen each other for like 6 months at least. And so he was like, bro, like, what the hell happened to you? You lost some weight, didn't you? And I was like, yeah, I did. He's like, you know what he said?
What?
He's like, you look weaker. I was like, what the fuck?
Damn, I don't know how I would take that. I just like, shit. I mean, you lost the weight though.
No, I mean, yeah, it's good losing the, excess fat and everything, but he's like, yeah, you look weaker, like your shoulders less narrow, and I'm like, I know he didn't mean anything by it. He was just saying like, oh, like you look much smaller. I'm like, yeah, overall I probably shrunk by like an inch everywhere, but it was just like, man, if I lose the weight in lean max, I'll probably just look weak as hell too.
Yeah, when I initially lost all my weight from
I'll probably have to gym max to get back in a little bit of a more bulkier, lean look.
Yeah, I think I said this before, but like when I lost a lot of weight, I was literally like a bobblehead because of how much weight I had lost. So, like my mom was like, "Boy, you better put some weight on because like you look so weird, like an alien."
Yeah, I had a situation like that about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, when I was still drinking, and I lean maxed. I was training quite heavily in jiu-jitsu and kickboxing, and I found myself in Berlin, and I thought just this one time I'm going to make an effort to look smacks. So I got a designer stubble from the hairdressers. I've done my hair properly, and I wore the right clothes, and I look back at the photos from that time, and I think I passed as a normie, just through making them efforts.
Damn, that hurts.
Yeah, it's only once though, Enrique. I mean, I got a rating the other day from Wheat Waffles, and he said my face was 3 out of 10. So, I'm not mogging anybody, But 3 years ago, I just made an effort for and I did manage to get to normie range for a little while.
I hear you, because what's a strange. Well, I'm not gonna say it's just strange occurrence. Like I have family members and maybe even like old, like this from a long time ago, but like they used to come up to me and be like, "Damn, dude, so how do you do it?" And I'm like, "How do I do what?" But and at the time I never realized it because they were just like, "How do you be so cool or whatever. Like I don't know what they saw in me or what made them assume that I was like, Chad or something. But I was just like, because they were just talking about my physique, how I was built, and my demeanor of things. Like I didn't really care when I was younger either. But looking back at it, I looked at them and I'm like, now that I think about it, you guys are like on the rating scale, y'all would be considered less, not like lesser than me, but like, well, like I never viewed them in that way years ago. So now that I think about, it, I'm like, damn, there really is like some sort of hierarchy, because like even for me, I used to get random ratings all the time, like 8 sometimes, and then I'll get a 5, and I'd be like, damn, dude, what's up with these random ass ratings? And then sometimes I get like 7 or 6, and then I never got below a 5, but it really makes me think about like what putting a number on something does to somebody. Like it's almost, I don't want to call it dehumanizing, because it's considered as a way of measurement, but when you rate yourself in terms of that, or put your value in those terms, I'm not sure how detrimental it could be to a person in the long run, I guess. Like it's, even if I dressed up and stuff, right? Like I feel like I'm on the same boat as you. Even if I dressed up, I got myself, I mean, the only thing I could do with my hair is shave it all off, dude. Like I'm bald on the top, like.
Yeah.
And I go to the dentist, get my teeth kind of straightened, because my teeth are a little yellow, not that bad, like. But even if I did all that, I know for a fact I still wouldn't, like. Even if I lost weight, like I lost maybe 10 or 15 pounds and got jacked, I'm not pulling nobody. I'm not like even in my demeanor, I'm not. No one's giving. No one. And I'm not sure why. Even if I ask myself why, is like, and it all comes back down to the black pill, because like there's always somebody better than you out there. There's always somebody. There's always somebody that just looks better, is physically more appealing than you are, and I'm like, even though I don't have like a very low self-esteem of myself, it's just like, well, that's true. That's just the cold hard truth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I think there's layers. I can't remember, was it LaRoe or someone else talked about the invisible tournament? So even
That
if
was
you,
Black Gold J, I believe.
yeah,
That was his
so
like big claim to fame.
yeah, I was explaining this to my other friend, like, consider, even if she does consider you attractive, like, you're not the only guy, right? Like, she's already also considering multiple guys. So just because you got a text back, bro, it doesn't mean, you're like the only guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was so excited, like he got a text back from a girl. I was like, "Oh, congrats, but you're like candidate number 82. Good luck, boyo."
You ain't got
Yeah,
shit till you smash. That's the goal.
yeah, this whole concept of like rating people and putting them on a hierarchy and a scale, it definitely just seems like it's a natural thing for human beings to do. Like we'll do it for things like intelligence. Like we know who the smartest kid in the class is. We put him on a pedestal. We know who the most attractive kid in the class is. We put him on a pedestal. And then at the end of the day, we kind of rank everybody else off of that guy, off the top and off to the bottom. So we know who the dumbest kid in the class is, because he had the worst grades generally, or he's kind of lazy or something like that. We know who the smartest kid is. It just seems like it's natural for human beings to do. And is it dehumanizing to some extent? I mean, putting a number on it, maybe a little bit, but like, it kind of reduces people down to like, I mean, in a way, you're kind of reducing people down to like what they are. Like, you're observing their behavior, you're observing reality. You're saying, hey, this guy has a really attractive face. He's really attractive. Okay, like, is it really dehumanizing, or is it more like just like we don't like our place in the ranking to some extent?
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
right. Good point.
When you look at,
Because like if you were ranked 10, you wouldn't be complaining about that. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's great. But if you're ranked like 4 or 3 or 2 or 1, it's like, oh, all of a sudden you're like, that's unfair. I'm like, okay, like, yeah, like it's kind of like what I talked about before. What I was talking about, how like it seems to me like a lot of communists, or a lot of like socialists, or people who like argue for certain things, depending on where you fall at on the hierarchy, where you're probably going to be like, is where concepts like unfairness and being fair start coming into play. It's like, okay, like, all of a sudden, like, if you're not at the top of the hierarchy, you start realizing, oh well, it's unfair that the guy at the top has the most money, or has the highest books, or has this or has that. And to some extent, I mean, it's not fair, quote unquote, but like, that's just the reality of the situation to some extent,
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, I think the key is just having a realistic understanding of what your rating is and where you stand, and you gotta just plan accordingly.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think a
also,
lot. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
sorry, Mystery. Sorry, yeah. Mystery, do you want to say something, mate? Because I'll keep on interrupting tonight.
I was just gonna say, like, I think that like part of like the part of the problem with today's society, especially with like this current generation coming up here, that we've all been convinced like this idea of like everybody being special and a special snowflake, and every kid has been gassed up to like the highest to the nth degree, and they all think they're special and they all think they're the best. And then when the real world shows up and you're not the fucking best, and you're not the smartest guy in the room, and you're not the most attractive, and you're not this, and you're not that, or you're not the prettiest girl, or you're not the tallest kid in the class. All of a sudden, like it's a huge reality check, and I think for some people that reality check is like it like destroys them because like like from their little small town where they came from, they were like the smartest kid in the class, and when they show up to like a university, they get fucking destroyed in the classroom. Or like in their little small town or in their little town, little city, they're like the most attractive guy, and then all of a sudden something like Tender shows up, and it totally destroys your ranking, and now you're ranked 7 now. It's like what the fuck happened? Like as the game has expanded, like almost like a globalism, as the game has expanded, people are starting to realize that they're not the hot shit anymore, and it's a hard pill to swallow to some extent. It's like it's going to force you to either adapt and change or die.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I'll say to this Mystery is you're right. I mean, you can look at a man in different ways. I was a boxer when I was a kid, and I thought I was going to be the first Scottish British heavyweight champion, and I got my DNA tested recently, and I found out that I'm slow twitch dominant, and I always tried to work out why I wasn't very fast. I was quite slow, in the uptake, and I'd miss out on punches sometimes when I could see them, but I just couldn't land them in time. It was down to my genetics, It's I haven't got this fast twitch muscle composition that allows me to make these quick adjustments. And this is obviously something you can't control. This is determined by your genetics. But if you actually look at, I'm not sure what the genetics are like in America, but all I can speak for is England. And a lot of black pill channels, they do. I think they overestimate our competition. When I was in London and I was looking at the guys with the women, you got some pretty sorry genetic specimens out of the Mystery. I mean, you've got guys who are balding. They may not be very strong looking. They have got the strongest jaws, and they've still got girlfriends. And it's this competition out there isn't the Chads and the Tyrone. These guys are rare. You do get high concentrations of them. Granted, if you go down to Beverly Hills, every second guy is going to be a Chad or a Tyrone. But you go down to downtown Boston, you're going to see a lot of sorry genetic specimens. And these are our competition for the women. And I think what Drewlox is saying is correct. You've just got to see, how you can increase your own SMV to compete with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say if you rank somewhere in the middle, though, like your competition is like you have so many people in that bracket, like just by the nature of there being an average, most people are average. So like you're literally competing against like so many more people. Like I mean, and you're also competing against Chad too as well. So your competition is like literally every other man other than maybe like sub 4s and sub 3s. Like those guys are totally out of the game. So like you don't have to worry about any sort of ugly man taking your own, but you do have to worry about Chad showing up. You have to worry about a 7 showing up or a 6 showing up or something like that in your bracket. And like I would say, yeah, you should definitely be doing everything you can to enhance your own position in the world. I would never deny any man that opportunity to say, hey man, I'm not telling you just to lay out and rot to some extent. Like maybe for some men that might be a viable solution, but hey, for the average man, if you have something you can do to improve your situation, absolutely do it. Whether it be status maxing, money maxing, looks maxing, figure out a way to actually like make your life better. I'm just saying that like we when the market becomes so global, and we've taken dating apps, and like, you have this market where like literally everybody within a 50-mile radius is on the menu, and you're competing in these invisible tournaments. Like, you can get knocked out by anything. Like, if one dude's more suave than you are, you get knocked out. If one dude's more slightly more intelligent than you are, you get knocked out. Like, when every dude kind of looks the same, when she's swiping right on every single dude that looks genuinely attractive to the same degree, other things start coming up into effect. Like she might then say, okay, well, they both look generally the same, but this guy here, he texts me more, so I'm going to eliminate guy number 2 instead. If that makes any sense. Now, obviously, like, when you're looking at observable reality, of course you're going to see couples that are going to be either look matched or not look matched to some extent too as well, depending on the problem is that like every story is different. Like, I'd be interested in, like, when we look at the data, we don't see, what we're seeing is just like a lot of people being left out of the game in general. And what I'd be more interested in seeing is, like, or even asking and interviewing, is looking at these like a mixed matched couples and figuring out, hey, what did he do or what did you do to make this relationship work, and why does this work for you?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the competition. I think it applies to America too. That you've got the middle of the bell curve, and these guys are doing something right. My theory is that a lot of incels you've got true cells. You've got guys. If you look at someone's face, it has to have some sort of symmetry. I think this is one.
Yeah.
You've got to have some that suggests genetic health. And if you've got a guy's and his face is just literally asymmetrical, then he's suggesting very bad genes, and obviously this is going to take him out of the game. But when you actually look at the sexual market value, what you've got, I don't believe in this. It sounds really cynical, Mystery, but I don't believe in the idea that a woman, has this love for a man, or it's love at first sight, or soulmates. I think a Giga Chad meets his soulmate every single day. I think,
Christ.
That sounds really cynical, but this is what I believe. And
it's the truth, though. Truth.
Yeah.
No, that's brutal as fuck. Chad is everybody's soulmate. God damn.
Not only that, like that. I mean, love is conditional within itself. Like, even intimacy is like somewhat fuck, whatever that word is. But it's like, it's all conditional, and like you said, like, it's just an unfair advantage. And Giga Chad or whatever, he meets his soulmate every day or whatever. That dude ain't never gonna fall in love, though. He has an abundance that he himself is just like the woman, in a sense, that he views them all the same in a sense, and he knows it all too well. And if he did ever choose to settle down, I think a person with an abundance will never be happy with like what they settle down with. That's its own curse, of course, but that's just what it is.
Yeah.
I'd rather be that guy anyways, so.
Yeah, I mean, if a female is basically, she's in a gene selecting business. That's what they. You break humans down to what they are. They're basically just gene replicating machines, and she's looking for the best genetic deal that she can get. And the job of an incel is to try to mimic try to mimic or display genetic quality any way he can, and I suppose what game could be. I mean, this is what Wheat Waffles talks about. Once you go over a certain looks level, then game becomes important because you cross a threshold. And all that is selling your genes. It's like a salesmanship. So you've got the genetic quality to display in the first place, and you've got your salesmanship skills. You know, how could you sell yourself to the female? You know, and obviously guys who are sub 8, and I do believe the sub 8 theory is correct. You know, when it comes to guys on Easy Street, you have the red pill is kind of right in my opinion. You have got to do the work, but you have got to be above a certain genetic quality standard to begin with. You know, and some guys are, some guys are just fucked. You know, and it's if anyone watches that Jester Maxim video, that poor guy. You know, it really is heartbreaking to see what that guy's going through. You know, he's never ever gonna get anywhere. And this poor guy is he's a true still, and he can't accept it.
You know, it's the worst part.
Oh, go ahead.
I haven't seen the video, but I bet he's not gonna stop trying. So
it was somebody earlier said that like we never try or we never stop trying to impress people. Forgot who it was, but that statement alone is I think it may be like true to an extent, because we want to. It's like almost we're like some sort of liars to ourselves or something. It's like, yeah, you know, we're gonna show our best selves to other people, but in a way like you don't want people thinking that like, oh, you know, I don't got my shit together, or I'm not mentally there, and I don't know. It's an obsession. It's like, why, you know, your existence kind of relies on other people to an extent, and even I don't know, unless you're like a complete psychopath, you won't need those like relations or like needs or whatever. And I'm just waiting for the freaking drug that comes by, or the freaking like, the hell is that? Oh, the freaking drug that comes by, or the freaking thing that just comes by, and it's just like, yeah, you don't need to feel like these things are necessary anymore for whatever, these chemicals in your brains, these little memories or things. Oh, hello. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Hey man, I'm just a fan of the channel. I like your stuff. I like Drolix and stuff too. Really
okay, you have anything you want to
add? Sorry, I came in just now, so I don't know what the question was.
Oh, it's not really so much a question. We were just talking more or less about the dating market in general and how basically like how we rank ourselves, how we, you know, effectively just for human nature wise, we just try to like please people and be people pleasers and try to because you know, to some extent I agree with Enrique. It would be nice if we didn't have to do these just like ritual of trying to like get social approval. But at the end of the day, we are social creatures, and this idea that like, you know, you can like everybody's going to be like individually, you can look at your own work and say, oh, this is valuable, but if nobody else is that values it, is it really valuable? If that makes any sense, you know, like. You know, like your own personal hard work, you put all this hard work into like building a chair, but if no one values your chair, does it really mean anything? You know what I mean?
True.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's gotten super hard with like social media and all that, like to prove yourself to other people that you're like a normie almost. You know what I mean? Like you gotta post on like Instagram, Snapchat, all that, like to be like, hey, look, I'm a normie.
Yeah. What are your stats, K3? Like how where are you from? You could tell me like a general area.
Okay, I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Okay.
What do you mean by stats?
Like your age, stuff
okay.
like demographic data, like age, race, stuff like basic stuff.
I'm 28, Indian. ethnic cell or curry cell. Yeah, man, it's hard out here if you're not white, especially.
I've heard like Toronto is one of the worst areas to ever like live. It sounds that's like, dude.
Pretty much, it's just like a mini New York, the Canadian side of it. Tons of people, and it's kind of like LA too, I guess. Like if you're not like, high tier, you're gonna be treated like shit.
Yeah. What's been your general experiences in Toronto and your area in general?
I think it's just me being a curry cell, to be honest. It's not good.
Yeah.
I think I'm like a 6, like, you know, within the curry cell population, but when it comes to like a global thing, I'm probably more like a 4.
Sure.
Have you had any? So, how have your experiences been? Like,
okay, yeah, I have like the rare like 1-2 times, you know, like here and there type things happen with women, but that's about it. It's like it's very rare, is how I'd put it.
So you're more ignored or invisible, or
Yeah.
are you like treated like complete like an anomaly?
I mean, I don't get replies back. So I guess that's like I get ignored.
Okay.
But yeah, there is like times when, you know, it does work, like once in a blue moon type situation.
Understandable.
Yeah, like maybe like every 6 or 7 months, I'll have one person, you know, talk back.
I've heard Canada's like ground zero, not ground zero, but one of like the most like feminist hellscape fucking countries on the face of the planet, and it's like seems like a pretty cuck state in my opinion. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. That's 100%.
Trudeau maxing and shit.
Yeah, like social justice, and all that, like new wave of agendas coming in. It's Canada first, and then it goes down to like the States and everything.
Also, your country's so fucking like what kind of how much national pride can you fucking have for a fucking leaf? It's a fucking leaf. Like your flag is literally just a fucking leaf. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it's not cool. It's not cool. I'll admit that.
It's a fucking leaf. Like nobody like. I was thinking about it one day. I was like, dang, like America's got the stars and bars, the old glory. I'm like, okay, then look at fucking Canada. It's a fucking leaf.
Do you guys know? You guys know about the indigenous stuff that's been going on lately?
No, actually.
Like yesterday is Canada Day. It's like July 4th, like the same thing that you guys have. But because they killed like indigenous kids or something, like way back in the day.
Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah. So there's like a bunch of protests and stuff happening now, which is like cancel Canada Day, and people are wearing the leaf upside down to show it's like an anti-Canada movement.
Yeah, man. I thought it was bad, but it's pretty lame.
Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave when I can, but yeah.
Yeah, didn't they turn on a statue of the Queen or some shit like that, or? I forgot where it happened. Was it Canada?
Oh no, that was America, I think. Like.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, like racist white people or something like that.
I thought somewhere in Canada they tore down a statue of the Queen somewhere or something like that. I can't remember what the hell happened.
I mean, they probably did here, but I think the big one was in Washington. I think I'm not 100%, but yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I did have a lot better luck in Vietnam and Taiwan and like Asian countries than I do.
Oh, did you actually go there, or did you just use like a Tinder app to like?
No. I went there. Okay. I went there. Yeah. It was like I was a normie. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. Like, is also your long-term goal, like, leave the West?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, for sure. Yeah, like I'm still laying down and stacking up my, financial bread and all that stuff. But I realize like at some point, I gotta travel and test the waters.
Oh yeah, dude. If you're in America, Mexico is like super easy. It's right there.
Well, hold on. Let me digress.
Are you
Mexico would probably be an okay start.
Yeah, just to like get your feet wet,
But if you really just want to have like really good luck, you really just want to get you a wife, just go to a third world country. That's
yeah.
Like,
no, I'm not saying go to Mexico for that.
No, yeah, Mexico is to test your waters, but if you want to go like legitimately just get you a wife, that's probably fine, and like is a 9 out of 10 or something or whatever. Like go to a third world country, dude. Like seriously, like I could go to I could go to Guatemala if I want to, and my grandma will have like a line of like woman waiting. Like that's all she has to do, and all I had to do is get one of them pregnant. Bam, like bring her back over here, or I stay over there, or whatever. But
now stay your ass over there. You gonna bring her back all these fucking
Yeah,
cut laws and shit? Crazy. You will earn your incel if you dumb enough to bring her back. That's all I gotta say.
you know that I would agree with you if I didn't already have like family over here and like already speak to them and see how they kind of are in their head. Like when they come over here, they tend to bring a lot of their not their like a lot of the traditional way or the way they think over there. They bring it over here and they don't view like whatever the hell America is. They don't view the same vanity that it is over there because they literally don't have shit over there. And I'm not saying that's everybody. I'm not saying that's everybody. I'm just saying that when they come here, they have a different mindset.
But
And I'm not sure.
I'll say this: if they have a daughter, they're gonna be a hoe.
Agreed.
Second generation is over.
Agreed.
And if they have a son, they're gonna be here. Like that's shit.
Yeah, I was just gonna say there's definitely an aspect of culture shock, like when you come to America, I would say. I mean, but that's visiting any other country. They all got their different ways. But I guarantee you, it only takes like a generation or less, and they just become as degenerate as the West.
That's true. I agree. And then maybe it would be a good idea if you do get a wife from a different country or something to maybe just stay your ass over there or
stay your ass over there. If it's good enough to produce her, it's good enough to live there.
Yeah, so for K3, it's like, any specifics on, location scouting?
I've only been to Vietnam, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Japan. I haven't been
that's more than me. I've been to Japan before, so my mind is kind of thinking long term, maybe Japan might be legit. And I do have a high school friend. He did marry a Japanese wife, and he's also a black cell. So, like, it can be done, I'm just thinking Japan is probably my top pick, but I'm thinking of visiting, I think Singapore, even Taiwan. Vietnam sounds good too, but just a general question of like how to go about doing that kind of stuff.
I think it says pin. He says pin for calling in the private chat, so you might not be here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm back. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah. What did you say? My bad.
Oh, like in terms of how to location scout.
I see what you mean. I didn't scout. I just went there more on like a vacation trip, and then I found it way easier, like talking to people there. Like I was just more accepted. Like in the West, I'm definitely like ignored or like looked past if there's any other better option.
Yeah, bro, I totally understand. Yeah. We get ignored. Like we're not even on the radar. It's like
exactly. But when you go to these countries, you start getting on that radar, and it's like, whoa, this is different.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say Vietnam it's cheap. Taiwan's a little bit more pricey.
Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna ask, why Japan, Jolix? With the whole thing going on in Japan, like not enough relationships or like the overworked hours, like why there? Why would it be easier over there? I would assume it'd be much harder if they're not making relationships.
I think it's not about the relationships. I think it's more just like you're different, especially if you're ethnic. And if you're like somewhat normal, like in terms of like I don't want to say like game, but like just like social skills, like if you can talk normally and they're like, whoa, this guy's all right and he's different.
Yeah, because for me, I would say it's easy to learn the language. So
and that definitely impresses. Yeah, that impresses them too.
Yeah, because man, if I try to learn Chinese now, I think it's pretty difficult.
Yeah, Chinese is definitely hard.
It's like I think
in Vietnam you can get by with English.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of people spoke English.
Yeah, and I think even Japan, you can get by with
No,
English.
not in Japan. It
Like
it
super
was like
basic. And depends on, I guess, where you are.
true. That's true.
And plus, I just have a friend that's already in Japan living the ascended life. So it's easier to relate and understand. But yeah, like definitely need to test out the waters.
You said K3.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, America. I keep on interrupting, guys. Tonight I'm being a bit rude. Go, mate.
No, you're good, dude. Go
No, not at all.
Okay, yeah. K3, can I ask you a couple of questions, please?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, so you said you're about a 6 in the face. Is that right?
If I'm compared to only like other curry cells,
All
you
right,
know what I mean? Like within the curry community.
All right. Are you fairly tall?
Sorry?
Are you tall or are you?
No, I'm 5'11".
I mean, if you're 6 in the face compared to other Indians and you're 5'11", are you a dark Indian or a light Indian? Are you
I would say like medium.
Medium.
Those are decent stats. Like, goddamn.
I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, but like in the global, market, not like curry market, I'm a 4. I got wheat waffles to rate me, and I'm a 4.
Well, you're above me, mate. I got rated as a 3, so you're.
Okay. You got wheat waffles.
Yeah. But the thing is, I got so fat during lockdown that my face looks like a bowling ball at the moment.
So. Okay, I see. Yeah, well, that can be worked on. Calorie deficit.
Yeah. Something like that. If you went to the first thing I thought when I heard you talk is if you've got Indian ancestry, is that right? Yeah, Indian.
Yeah. No, like I'm full out, like 100%.
Full out, 100%. Isn't there a chance you've got like family connections back in India where you could actually just get yourself an arranged marriage or something?
Oh no, yeah, for sure. Yeah, my parents are always talking about that. Like they're like, we can easily get you someone, like let us help you, kind of. But I'm like, no, I'm good. Like I don't want that.
Oh fuck you, life mogging 90% of. All right, shit.
What? No, it's different.
Right. That's how I say.
It's not the same quality.
I mean, but if you can get an arranged marriage with an Indian woman, just take that, mate. Take that.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, like, what exactly are you looking for?
Plan B, that's all.
Yeah,
what exactly are you looking for, really, from a woman or from women to begin? Like, what kind of women are you interested in? White women, curry women, Asian women?
Asian. Yeah, just because I get the most attention from them in general. So, yeah.
But like, if worst came to worst, would you do the arranged marriage thing? Or
yeah, 100%.
Okay,
like
at least you have that.
Yeah.
I'm just always curious about some incels who have these stories of like, okay, but like, I have a friend who's in the Pakistani community, and he's like, oh, I don't want to marry a Pakistani girl. And I'm looking at him like, okay, well, who else do you have in your bracket? You have nobody else. It's like, okay, well, you might want to settle for what you can get. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
true, yeah.
I'm over here. I like hugged the girl once, and I remember that shit for the rest of my life. Other people got arranged marriages, like shit.
I know Pakistani dudes that are like threes and fours that get married. So, the arranged marriage thing.
Take what you can get, man. Let's go. Just run far away.
Arranged marriage pill.
All right, I'm gonna be a disloyal traitor. I hope they take over America. I'll just say it.
The Pakistanis?
Yeah. I hope Pakistan just fucking.
They're like 0.1% of the population.
It's not gonna happen, Jack.
They could just, I don't know, sell that one fucking boat they got over here. I don't know, to kill the president. No, let me take that back. I support America.
Kevin Reynolds.
Yeah,
I think America. Sorry, I think America has a better. That's all I was going to say for like in terms of politics and stuff.
Yeah, you think wrong.
There you go. Yep.
I don't know, man. Our guns got banned. Like we have guns getting taken away every other day. Like
Dude, you guys can't even own airsoft guns, dude. You guys can't even own airsoft, right? Like, isn't that also being like talked about?
There's certain types of airsoft guns that are banned, but yeah.
Dude, we can have guns, but we'd rather use them to just shoot ourselves in the head. This place is shit.
There you go.
I think Britain's the most cucked nation out of the lot now, you know?
Okay, yeah. Britain's probably has it the worst.
I mean, it's you know, it's
oh no, dude.
If you've got a like a situation and you're literally in an argument and you know you shout something, you know that could be imprisonment offence. You know, we haven't got any kind of self defence regulation that's on the victim's side. You know, I mean, if you know, there's several cases in England where you know a person's been burgled and you know and the house owners you know beat the shit out of the burglar and you know the guy's gone to prison. You know, this is you know the British nation is like they should call it Cuck Island. You know.
We got states like that.
In the recent news, Putin was like, "Yeah, I could destroy one of your warships, and you guys are too cucked to start World War III."
Well, yeah, y'all do a lot of stabbings over there, anyways. Like, I know y'all don't have guns.
I mean, yeah, I mean, in where I live just outside London, and a couple of years ago there was a stabbing every week. You know, and it's to be fair, I mean, at the state level, the country's cucked. You know, it's totally. It's a bit like 1984 stroke Brave New World.
Oh, dude, I was in Birmingham,
yeah,
and there was just cops everywhere.
Yeah,
every other street.
State. It's like a police state, but the actual working class, which I belong to in Britain, you know, they're not cucks. You know, they're you know they're pretty. You know, a lot of them are pretty tough guys and stuff, and you know they're not like that. But yeah, I mean, I think Canada though is. I mean, I think the biggest one is you know Sweden. You know, did you hear that case about the Swedish feminists that? The Swedish men are so sick of the Swedish feminists that they've got the highest rate of intermarriage with foreign women on the planet. You know,
yeah, what was they going to Thailand? I forgot what nation it was.
Thailand, yeah. And I mean, these guys are just so sick of Swedish women who are dominating them. And
I have a university friend, a girl, married a Swedish guy.
Yeah, and the Swedish feminists have now used their position in government to try to implement immigration laws to stop Thai women going into Sweden because of the competition they've now got with women outside of Sweden. So that pretty much tells you what the you know what they're like. You know, they don't even want the men to have. They want to destroy the men's life, but they also don't want them to find an alternative. You know.
Oh shit! Who'd have thought? Also, also a quick word of note. I think the success rate for Swedish men and Swedish women is like 55% as far as marriages, and for the Swedish men and Thai women, it's like 85%. So
yeah, well, I spread that video around my friends, and every single one of my friends said you can't blame them. You know.
Hell no.
So you're saying we should ethnic, Mac? Just date different races.
Yeah.
Our own race.
Yeah, it's literally you know, hashtag leave the West happening in the West.
True, because it is a West thing.
I had the option myself, but I just couldn't. I just thought in the end I just couldn't do it. You know, but I don't blame guys who do. You know.
Yeah, I visited UK. It's pretty much the West.
Sorry, go ahead, K3. You said something about UK.
I was saying I've been to the UK, like the Wales part. I got like no attention from any female there, so it's pretty much the same as the West.
But I'd assume that's because well, the way immigration is over there is like, I don't know. It's like I'm not gonna say you're nothing special over there, but it's like that. When you come over there, you gotta like be like foreign, I guess, like in a way, because I stay in contact with a couple people over there, and They're just unless you really stand out, just don't really expect no attention over there. I guess. Like what I hear is basically like Hispanic people. Well, unless you're going to you're like from Spain, but I don't even consider Spaniards like Latino type people. Like if you're from like South America or something, like yeah, going over there is like you're foreign. You're foreign, so who the hell?
Yeah, just gonna
another new guest.
Let's hear him out.
New guy.
Greetings. I'm Ace3567, the Curious One. I've been listening and acknowledging the contents of the Black Pill in its entirety and comparing it to my upbringing. And you have noticed me in either the Base Pluto live streams as well as the Batman Beyond 644 Ghost Monk live streams. Drulix knows me as well as Jack Nickelback.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what's up, Ace? I've talked to you like in Pluto stream a lot.
How you doing?
Yeah, just coding some Java exercises like last night.
So Ace, tell us your story with your demographic data, basic stuff like that.
Well, basically, I'm a black male. That's a start.
Okay.
And given that I do have a bit of Caribbean roots, given from my mother and father's side of things.
Okay. And are you from the States, or where are you from?
I'm from the United States, particularly New York.
Oh, okay, New York. All right. And so what's been your general experience with women dating and life in general?
Well, haven't been much into the perspective of dating when I was younger. And originally I thought that perhaps listening to a few dating coaches would give me pointers. But then also looking into it, that would mean I would have to act like a clown in order to get a woman's attention to get on a date in the first place. Instead of, wouldn't a date be consisting of a mutual agreement that a woman decides to go out with you and you feel the same way towards her and see where it goes from there? Usually the woman will have to insist the idea of dating you instead of the other way around. At least from my understanding anyway.
So you're saying that basically the woman has to be the one that wants to date you in a way? Is that what you're saying?
Is either that or she shows signs that she's into you, may it be in a physical sense or long-term relationship with benefits, of course.
Yeah,
or non-benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like, I think even first talked about this. It's like most men are clueless. Like, if the girl wants you, she'll make it super obvious. And, most relationships do start that way. And if you're attractive, Chad, and you let her know that you're interested, she'll either accept and, relations going there. I think it's just those are the two primary ways that relations happen.
Hey, so is everything heading to where it's like, I think Japan's like this, and I think it was also in the Calhoun experiment where the women end up being the ones that have to approach the men?
Oh, but I could tell you this from experience. So I don't know how it is in other Asian countries, but in Japan at least, it's more like a cultural thing. Like it doesn't necessarily matter if you're a man or woman. Like if you do like the other person, it is your job to let them know that you're interested. So women approaching men, it is much more rare, obviously, than men approaching women. But it's not uncommon or unheard of for like a woman to just say outright, like, "Yo, I want to be in a relationship with you" or something like that.
Where exactly?
In Japan, it's just more common compared to the rest of the world.
Okay.
I see.
And I think that's part of the reason why the new proverbial term is the grass-fed men and the carnivorous women. Like men have turned soy in Japan and they rarely approach anymore. So it's forcing women to be more quote unquote carnivorous to approach men.
Come to think, I
I just
also
wanna.
heard that. Oh, go right ahead. Mike
I
is
just want to
yours.
answer. I want to answer a question on the chat. Hayashi asked, "Is 5'8" too short for Asian countries?" I think it is because the foreigners that are coming there are like, yeah, at least 5'10", 6 foot in general, average. But yeah, I think 5'8" is too short, especially Japan.
On the subject matter of the consumption of soy within the realm of Japan, I also heard that Asian men residing there are more herbivores. Is that true?
Yeah, it's the well, maybe I'm translating it literally like grass-fed, but yeah, herbivores versus carnivore women, or I think the term is herbivore men and carnivore women.
I think he meant with their diet. I think.
Oh, like in terms of like actual food, making
Yeah,
them
like
more
they're
weak.
actually consuming more soy than anything.
Uh, yeah, I'm not sure about that, like actual food turning men into soy, but yeah, I think in general Japan does consume a lot of soy, soy sauce and all that stuff.
Okay.
But I don't necessarily think it's pertaining to dating.
Well, it was just. I mean, I kind of understood where his question was coming from. I get it. But yeah. It's like I guess like some foods or whatever could not produce the best quality traits for your generation, just so to speak. But again, I don't know entirely know that. Like I think we talked about this like a couple streams ago where we were talking about like high protein intake would lead to taller children or whatever, or at least within the genetic realm, like your maxed out height. So, but that's
Yeah,
what
I mean,
I was looking at.
I firmly believe like, meat and vegetables is probably the most optimal food to eat and keep carbs and processed carbs and sugar at a minimum. But
Yeah,
in
I think it's
general,
more. I think it's more the sugar, keeping the sugar down.
oh yeah, for
I grew
sure.
up vegetarian because my parents were vegetarian. My parents are like super short. My dad's like 5'4". My mom's like 5'2". I'm still 5'11". I think it's like super important to be eating right when you're young, especially as a teenager when you're like
Yeah.
growing. But yeah, my parents are like super hard on me on that, like making sure I eat like the right stuff to get taller. I guess they were black pilled in a way.
Yeah, and
Interestingly enough,
in
go right ahead, Drux.
Oh, yeah, just one thing to add was like in the nutrition realm, it's not really talked about. Like we all know sugars and processed and refined carbs is terrible for you, but the other factors like vegetable oil, it's probably like the worst thing to also consume. I think yeah, I watched this pretty based nutrition one. It's like vegetable oil is not natural to the body. It's like these omega lymphatic carcinogenic acid or whatever. And that stuff builds in your body, in your fat cells over time, and it makes it really hard to lose weight as well. And dude, if you look at the Western diet, like everything is like supplemented in vegetable oil. And so, yeah, it's like in addition to sugar, like you want to avoid any kind of vegetable oil, including like soybean oil and corn oil and all that stuff. Like just generally like butter, lard, coconut oil, like all those oils like break down in your body naturally, whereas any of these vegetable oils, it's terrible for you.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely agreeing with that. My parents were super hard on like the oils we cooked. Like it was definitely coconut oil heavy, and butter. Yeah,
Yo,
very
like,
strict with that.
I gotta agree. The best fried fish is from with coconut oil.
And if I were to add in my 2 cents, avocado oil, non-processed, of course, is
Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
good cooked food.
Yeah, and then the other one is just extra virgin olive oil. It's like the least processed of the oils, or it's minimally processed, so it's not as bad as like say corn oil.
You know what you know that is the most depressing part when it comes to the United States is that in many parts of the world there are some ingredients and chemicals of foods that are legal here but illegal in numerous parts of the world. Do let that sink in for a sec.
Yeah, that's what big a business saying, hey, you're not gonna ban our fucking cash crop. We can make our food cheaper here. And Americans will buy more of it and make more money off of people being sick. You know, it's a whole fucking racket. You know, like the doctors benefit off that system. The dentist benefit off of having a high sugar diet. The fucking the food system benefits off you being buying their shit, eating addictive foods. So yeah, it's a huge fucking racket. You know,
Yeah,
everybody
Pluto's
benefits
right.
off you being fucked over.
Yeah, Pluto is right. He's like, y'all don't even know the food is poisoned.
If I were to add a book recommendation, if I'm allowed to, Mystery School, huh?
Go ahead.
I would recommend reading the book as a start called How Not to Die, which shows pretty much the type of foods that are beneficial for the body, including the oils, and foods to avoid. And surprisingly, foods as well as exercise can help in dealing with one of the major concerns, case in point, cancer.
Yeah,
All right, sounds like a
speaking
good
of
book for
oil,
recommendation for sure.
me too. It's probably true, like in the U.S. West. No, no, not the West, but U.S. South. They have a higher consumption rate of fried foods, and
Yep.
there's like a direct correlation with what was it, colon cancer and stomach cancer because of the Southerners like consuming more fried stuff, and like all this commercial fried is all made in corn oil, soybean oil, and when you fry stuff, it's like carcinogenic. And every time you're eating fried stuff, it's just like you're taking carcinogenic oil as part of the intake. And over the years, yeah, that also contributes to probably cancer and higher rate of death.
So Ace, just gonna be curious. So, what's been your experience like in New York? I'm assuming probably pretty shitty, right? I mean, how tall are you also, by the way? Ace, you see there? Hmm. Okay.
Probably
He on
probably like
mute. I mean,
My my
I've been to New
my
York.
fault.
It
My
sucks.
fault, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't know my name was called. I was
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to get.
yeah. It's fine. I was just saying, how tall are you, and what's been your experience in the dating market in New York?
Well, I'm 5'9.5". That addresses the height question. As
Hmm.
for the dating experience, despite me not, despite me having been into dates with women, I have seen occasionally same phenotypes pairing up with one another, with the exception of different phenotypes hang hooking up with each other. But some of them are, how I would say, not in the best example of relationships, while others do well. In the conversation in relation to food, I have seen a lot of overweight individuals.
Okay, so basically, like a lot of fatties getting with the fatties, or a lot of fatties getting with like a skinny guy or something like that. How's that working out?
Well, luckily for me, I have not been approached by fat women, so that's good luck in a nutshell for me.
Yeah.
And second, well, looking back into my childhood anyway, I got approached by girls, but they were pretty much the typical ghetto, always in your face type of girls.
How would you rate your looks from like, 1 to 10 to a typical scale?
Literally a 2. Considering the fact that I do have a good jawline, yes, and my eyes in terms of position isn't bad, it's the teeth problem I have a lot to is my major concern. Considering that I was not taught the importance of dental hygiene until it was a very good degree of late. And I am considering the option of either bleaching my teeth white and possibly getting a part of the teeth being reconstructed, which will require some top tier medical professionally as well as a lot of money.
Yeah. So, just these couples here, though. You said you never got approached by fat chicks, but you said you also got approached by. Were the women you got approached by like your looks match, or
None at
oh,
all.
you got approached by none?
None ever since I got older.
Oh, okay, but when you were in school, though, you said you got approached, right?
Mostly they were in my neighborhood. I
But
have actually
were they like an actual real not relationship, I guess, but like an actual real dating prospect for you? Or was it just like a girl kind of like messing with you?
the latter.
Okay. Hmm. All right. So basically, you can basically almost say you've never been approached by, you've never had any real indication of interest, right?
No.
You okay? You would have basically said okay, because like you had me confused for a second there, because you were like, okay, I got approached. I'm like, whoa, what's that mean? Like, and then you say you're a
Sorry.
2, and I'm like, well, you're a 2, so what the fuck? How the fuck that happened?
All right. All right. Let me address any confusion. When I was younger, basically when I was a kid, I got approached by girls. Pretty as what I said in terms of the typical ghetto up in your face. But as I got older into adulthood, I have not got approached by women.
Okay, so we're talking about like a little girls, like 5 to 6 year olds, right? Like we're talking about you're 5 and you're 5 and 6, and she's 5 and 6, and you got approached when you were like really young, right?
Yes. And even when
Okay.
I was 10 to 11 years old, yes.
Okay. Well, these girls, would you say it's kind of hard to say when you're that young because like obviously you don't nobody's fully developed yet, but like would you say these girls are like your look match? This is so far back it's even like relevant to even ask, I guess.
Come to think of it, one of them was big as hell. The other was just downright personality wise arrogant and annoying.
Okay. Yeah, I'm always curious to get like a lay of the land of like see of different areas, like someone from New York, someone from Toronto here. Charles from I think he's in the West Coast. Enrique's down in Texas, and I'm in East Coast. So it's always good to get a good lay of the land to see where people are and see how the market is in different areas, because like it can give you a good indication of like, okay, what's the average experience for like the average dude across the country, or across the world to some extent. So especially in the Western world. So
I understand
I can confirm with Ace on the up in your face ghetto attention, because I've gotten that in New York, but I don't know if that's the type you want.
I think.
Nope, no, it is not. I have seen how those type of relationships in it.
The culture over there, like it's more.
well, what'd you say?
My bad. I didn't know if I interrupted anybody. I was just saying that in New York, I think just because of how socially like everything is structured over there, like you kind of have to like just be a little bit aggressive. So even if like, chicks or whatever from New York are, say that's like a somewhat a good sign, but then I'd be like, what kind of shit? At the end of the day, for me, it's like at least are they good looking? Can I use them for a little bit? I guess I don't know, because it's not. New York is definitely a different place, and I have family over there, and my brother stayers, and it's just a completely different social standards. Like people, obviously, when you're walking by people, they don't say excuse me or anything. Like they just bump into you. There's like no words being said. Like it's just expected to like bump into somebody, and you just really expected like just to talk to people. If you do at all, like nobody's really polite as far as I can tell. If you're from over there, is that right at all, Ace? Or like?
Repeat the question once more, please.
Are like people a bit more aggressive in New York, like in a social setting, where like you kind of have to make yourself kind of known, or like if you're approached, you're not saying you're approached with aggression, but if a woman especially approaches you, she obviously has to do it because the way everything's structured is like it's overcrowded, it's overpopulated and stuff, in my opinion.
Well, in terms of acting out, being macho, showing bravado in order to hook up a woman, correct?
Yeah, in a way, like.
I think to rephrase, basically, are people in New York just flat out just more aggressive in their demeanor to people? I think that's the general question, right?
Depends on the level of aggressiveness and depending on the situation. In the case of dating, like I said, I have not have much experience, if not none, in terms of dating as I got older into adulthood. But I will say that in the terms of aggressiveness, at least from a good friend of mine's perspective, he did get approached by women just by being, how I would say, the typical cool guy persona.
Was he would he look better than you, or?
Definitely the former in terms of better looking than me.
Okay, so what would you rank him at?
I would rank him 6 out of 10, if not 7.
Okay. So he's normie to Chad Light, kind of, or not Chad Light, but like normie to like Tyrone. Not Tyrone at Heritage, but he's somewhere up there. He's not like an ugly guy. You know what I mean?
I think you're trying to say high performing normie.
Yeah, there you go.
Though, which I will say, he definitely gym maxed at a younger age when he was able to go to the gym legally, of course.
Yeah. Definitely helps. Helps to have a better body. It definitely will increase. Like if you're already decent looking to begin with, like getting a better body will just add on to that. Icing on the cake. So better just do it and get it over with. So.
I think in New York, it would probably be like, a game of like, averages and stuff. Because again, you got to think about how many people are actually like within that area. I'm not even sure if abundance would like even play into that role because there's just so many people that you're eventually bound to be approached by one person. If you're decent looking, if you're decent, if not, you're not going to stand out and you're going to be invisible or basically blend in with the background.
And depending on the background itself, especially given from, say, if you have to act either a soy boy or be into the wave of feminism or join any other headache of bullshit, you're not going to stand out that much. You basically have to be a sheep in order to get attracted.
Yeah, just to ask one more question here, then I'm probably gonna cut the stream pretty short because it's 10:30 a.m. right now, so I gotta get off here pretty soon. But I asked K3 this, I'm gonna ask you this too, Ace. Like, so what kind of women are you actually interested in? Like black women, white women, Hispanic women, etc.
I don't want any women I don't want any Western women or women with a westernized, feminized mindset. I do want to make that clear. And I will repeat, I don't want any woman from the West with a feminized mindset. As for my preference of women, mainly Hispanic women, white women, and when it comes to black women, may it be from the Horn or other parts of the world, as long as she shows natural traits of femininity, I am willing to give it a shot. But it does vary given the historical background and references pertaining to black women and their preferences.
Yeah, I understand that for sure. Yeah, so I always try to ask people this question because it's good to get a good perspective of like what are people looking for, and also if their expectations are even like realistic of what they're actually trying to get. Like, people can have some pretty odd standards about like very specific standards about what they actually want. It's like, okay, I think you're being unreasonable in your assessment of like what the fuck you're trying to get. You know what I mean? Like,
well, unless you have to go through the dangerous risk of surgery, I think you pretty much can acknowledge your preferences while at the same time acknowledging standards and working way to be the best version of yourself without being too consumed by your preference of women, especially given of the location that you're in. So if I really hate how the term self-improve has been oversaturated. Say, for example, you self-improve, go through tooth and nail to be the best version of yourself. But if you do it so for the women of your preferences or any women in general, depending how sexually hungry you are, you're basically setting yourself to become a fool as well as for failure. However, if you focus on being the best version of yourself in the form of money, skill set, and a passport, then location max, your odds will definitely be better in the primary location you are in. At least from what I understand, given from the numerous contests pertaining to the Black Pill, Case in Point, MD, the base Pluto, and references from Q Willie B, and Batman Beyond, and many others.
Yeah, it's true. It's just a matter of like, location maxing. Like I think some people are, there's various different types of reasons why people are in this position. Either whether it be location, some people are fucking standard cells, some people are fucking obviously look cells just flat out exist. So it really does depend on location. Location is a very it's a very obvious one to. It's not easy. It's not an easy one to fix. It's definitely not a cheap one to fix too. You got to spend the money for a plane ticket. You got to figure out how the logistics of moving to a new country. But in general, moving is a viable solution. Leaving the feminized West is definitely a viable solution to the problem. I would definitely say that's very true. So, all right then. So let's get some last words going on here. So let's who the fuck came in here last? Oh, Jack's back. Shit. Okay, we'll have him for last words. Fuck it.
What you mean I'm back? I've been looking at this motherfucker for an hour.
I added you back and then you left. I don't know what the fuck happened, dude. All right, last words. Ace 3567. You have any last words for the audience?
Well, basically, in regards to the information that you're learning now and have learned so far, best to utilize the information at the best of your abilities. And remember that at the end of the day, even though that what I'm about to say is oversaturated too, you are the prize at the end of the day.
All right, there you go. All right, buddy. See you next time.
Peace.
All right, you guys. K3. Last words.
Oh, true. Okay. Shit. Educate yourself. Keep learning about the black pill, I guess. Stay in your field. Like, don't try to be like a Chad if you're not a Chad.
All right, buddy. See you next time, my dude.
Yeah, peace.
Enrique, last word, my dude.
Stay away from the rope this July 4th, y'all, and cope as well as you can with beer and alcohol. All right, later.
See you later, buddy. Drolix, my dude, last words.
I just want to let y'all know I have fully embraced the SJW when it comes to women. I am an equal opportunity lover.
My dude.
Any kind of woman, I will take what I can give.
He went full cuckold.
No discrimination.
All right, Drolix. See you next time, buddy.
Yeah, that was a joke, by the way.
Yeah. All right. And Jack, my dude, Jack Nickelback. What's up, my dude?
Yeah. Apparently, I'm dumb as hell. Like, I leave to turn on the fan for like literally 30 seconds, and you kick me, bro. Like, all right. Shit.
Jack, the last word for buddy boy.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, as I said before, do not ever give these bitches a single thing for free. Money, attention, whatever. Leave that shit in the 20th century.
There you go. Some good last words to leave on. All right, buddy boy. Next time. And then there was one. All right. Oh my god, I hate having these phone streams. Oh god, it's so fucking long. Let's see. Let's read some comments here. Mystery about to go Kuman and Chiquisha. It's happening. 3, 5, 6, 7. Okay. It's over for Jack. Money, skill sets, passport. I think Mystery wants him. Brutal. I'm dumb as fuck. Over for Jack Nickelback, so don't worry, Jack, we got you. We all need the rope necklace. SJW. Yes, comrade. Enrique sounds like a Martian. God damn it. Incel July 4th will commence. It's happening. Have a good weekend, buddy. Both time to enjoy the 3-day weekend before going back to slave waging of your choice. Yep, it's happening. I have Monday off. Feels good, man. No pussy, no peace. This dick ain't free. Blue balls matter. See you later, David. Peace out, my dude. Flat Earth under the firmament light. The world is flat. All right, well, that's the Supreme Cope. Yep, that's Supreme Cope right there. Oh, God. All right, dude. See you guys on the flip side. See you guys next weekend. Another SNI, another set of SNIs, rather. Saturday and Sunday night Incel. See you guys next time. Peace out. Enjoy your fourth. Eat some barbecue. Eat some hamburgers, hot dogs. Launch some fireworks in the air for the people in the chat, the Cope gang. You know. All right, guys. See you next time.